Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good afternoon. Good evening and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits, as it should, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that, guys. Another day above the dirt is always a blessing, even if you are Diddy. Seriously, even if you are Diddy in this situation, another day above the dirt is always a blessing, even for the diddler. Anyway, guys, we're here to get this conversation moving, get this conversation going, and oh my diggity damn, so many names have been dropped. Hamburger. Now, we have got to get into this. It's been a very busy morning for me. A lot of things have been going on, a lot of in and outs, a lot of updates, so on and so forth. Breezy got arrested. C Breezy, Chris Brown got arrested today. Just so you guys know, in case you didn't already know about that, he got arrested. Yeah, but that's not what we're here for. Please go check out that video when you get some time, because there will be some downtime while we refresh and wait for new updates revolving around this, because you know how we do. We take the first, basically like the first hour, we talk about the recap of what happened earlier in the day. They are just about to, I think, get done with lunch here very soon. And then they're going to be getting back into the trial. Or they may have already started. I don't know. We are live right now. But one thing is for sure. Woo! Today was an interesting one so far. Also, I will say this too. This is defense. This is the defense cross-examination. They are asking questions right now. So we're all wondering how they're going to approach this situation, if they're going to be mean, if they're going to be kind, if they're just going to be complete buttholes. We don't know yet, but we're about to find out. So do me a favor, before we get into everything, hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do, please and thank you. Hit that reaction button if you are watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, hit that follow button, okay? Follow me on all those platforms. We're live over there on those platforms. Make sure you hit that subscribe button here on my main channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there, because there's a lot of things I'm talking about over there. Sometimes it's recap of the day and all that. We're doing it on both platforms, so make sure you are subscribed to both channels, that both notification bells are set to all, so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random, okay? Please and thank you. Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon, check out my locals, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. PascalMerch.com. Okay? All right. Whew. We have got to get into this conversation. There is a lot that's going on, and oh my diggity damn. I'm going to say, wow. It is bananas. I don't know if there's any bananas being mentioned, you know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, we are hearing some very interesting things. And what's very interesting from what I've heard and what I've read so far, they're really trying to paint this out like there is no crimes being done except for the crimes of him putting his hands on her. They're basically trying to make it seem like this whole thing was 110% consensual, that this was between two loving individuals that are just butt crazy in love with each other, right? Just absolutely crazy about each other. And that's it. This is what we're seeing so far in this cross-examination. But I'm going to tell you right now, I have a lot of opinions about this situation. I think that there is a lot of we got to use a lot of code words here. Just so you guys know, there's going to be a lot of code words that are going to be flying out of my mouth. Just ride with me, because there's things in here that she is saying via text messages and all that are just graphic. Very, very graphic. to say, and that isn't even the tip of the iceberg of what is being said and what we're about to dive into this particular situation. Okay. But nonetheless, this is going to be a very interesting and tough situation. Because again, defense is going to do everything they can to make it seem like Cassie is just going along with the ride. She loved it. She wanted to be a part of it. She was all about it. And so I feel like it's very important for us to keep that in mind, that that's what their goal is, that there is no crimes that have been committed except for the crime that he has admitted to, which is putting his hands on her, DV, physical A. But as far as the racketeering, the transporting of people across state lines, he is still sitting here saying that he has nothing to do with that he is an innocent. And here's the other thing that's very interesting too. I thought about this last night, and I was, kind of chomping at the bit, waiting for this moment to talk to you guys about it as well. But there's a part of me that wonders, could he? Well, clearly, I think he had a motive. He had a pattern. He had a system in place to have all these people work for him, ordering these workers and these men off of these websites and Craigslist and Backpage and all these platforms that they would use. He was having them order them. Sure, he would nod and say, yeah, go ahead and get that person. Go ahead and get that person. But honestly, it's not him calling those places. And I think that's one of the things in his mind. He's like, well, if it's done by a third party, then I'm not committing any crimes. Think about that for a second. Oh yeah, let me have a buffer, a human buffer between myself and the S workers. So I'm not the one who's calling them in. Cassie's the one calling them in. KK is the one calling them in. D-Rock, any of these people that work for me, they're the ones doing it, not me. So if I ever get in trouble, if I could ever get caught, they're not going to catch me. They're going to catch everybody else who did this stuff at my doing or at my ruling, right? At my will. But I'm not the one handing the money to them. I'm not the one who's calling them. But here's the thing. If the third parties start speaking up and start putting their fingers over at Diddy, oh my gosh, he is definitely in trouble for that, for sure. So before we get into everything, okay, real quick, Annie, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. We're going to be here for a good minute because I'm sure they're going to be eating up all of the next 4 hours here because, again, it's 1 o'clock, a little past 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, okay, in New York time. They have 4 hours, a little less than 4 hours of cross-examination. They've already done 4 hours already. And so it's going to be, like I said, a very interesting experience in what we're going to be hearing because there's names that have been dropped. I'm just going to say it now. Britney Spears' name has been dropped in this trial, y'all. Yeah. I'm just going to say right now, because as I'm reading through some of this transcript, I'm like, what? Britney Spears? Why Britney? But then I'm like, oh, Britney. Oh, maybe Britney. Oh, that might explain some things. Maybe. Right? Just a thought. Just a thought. But we're going to talk about that when we cross that bridge. We got many miles to go before we catch up to them in this trial. So let's get straight over to NBC News and see what the heck is going on here and get this conversation on and popping, okay? And I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Come on in. All right. Get comfortable. Miss H, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much from wherever you are watching the show. Thank you so much. And in fact, yeah, I would love to hear where you guys are watching the show. Please comment what country, what state, what city you are watching this show in. You don't have to say all that. Just, if you're like, oh, I'm in Ireland. Okay. Then I'd be like, oh, top of the morning to you. You know what I mean? So just wherever you are at, let me know. Love to know where you guys are watching this show from, because this has turned into quite the international show, which I do appreciate. And it's funny, with all the hatred and all the division that's going on in this world, Diddy's case has really brought the world together. He's creating world peace. Real talk. He is creating world peace from his own mother-loving trial. Have mercy. Because everybody, I mean, I understand that it's still polarizing. There's still people who believe that he's not guilty of doing this, but it is very interesting, nonetheless, to see how people are reacting and how pulled in people are with this situation. Okay, so let's get started. All right. Have mercy. What an interesting ride we're about to get on. Okay. So they say the cordial relationship between prosecutors and defense attorneys during pretrial hearings is quickly evaporating. So they're not getting along anymore now. All right. And this is at the very beginning of this trial today. They're bumping heads and there's a lot of tension, right? Courtroom tension dramatically increased this morning during arguments outside the presence of jurors. So over which text messages the defense can introduce to show her relationship, Cassie's relationship with other men. So Cassie and Combs' relationship was one that took place over text messages. They text about everything. That's what Mark Ruffalo, Janine Garofalo said. All right. So Cassie and Combs cheating on one another to be focus of defense questioning. So they cheated on each other. That still doesn't change the fact that he put his paws on her or made her go and do these freak offs as young as 22 years old or so. Okay. So again, moving on, the defense wants to show Cassie was a willing participant in the relationship and might have been involved with others. So a large part of the defense is the infidelity on both sides and the fact that Diddy understood that Cassie was having other relationships with other men. This is what the defense lawyer, Estevio, who is the lead in the cross-examination, told the judge outside the ears of jurors. Combs' former partner, a key government witness, took the witness stand. Of course, Cassie took the stand for her testimony. All right. The opening moments of the cross-examination, Cassie answered most questions with simple yes or no responses about their relationship of 11 years. The witness is wearing a light-colored blouse with a coat. Okay. So as the cross-examination begins, Diddy's attorney asks Cassie to confirm if she, quote unquote, knew the real Sean. She replies, yes. The Sean other people didn't see, Mark Agnifilo said. Correct, Cassie replied. The defense appears to hope it can blunt some of the horrific details of Diddy's attacks on Cassie with evidence their relationship had better days. So they're leaning on these text messages hard, y'all, because they're hoping that they could go, see, as they said before in the opening statement, this was all about love, right? It was all love, y'all. The relationship that they had was about love. Remember? It's about love. I put my hands on you because I love you, right? Does that make sense? No, it doesn't make sense. I'll answer it for you. So weak argument. But okay, I love you so much it makes me cry. This is what a message Combs sent August 12th, 2009 to Cassie, known as Baby Girl, on her BlackBerry. So then on April 4th, 2010, Diddy said his relationship with Cassie meant everything to him. Love you, my baby. I love you so much. It consumes my life. How did it happen? Diddy wrote this in an email. She responded, I wanted the same. I wanted the same thing. Who was I before we decided to be together? Mind you, I want to remind you, this is 2009 and 2010. This is really early on in their relationship. Or, earlier on in their relationship. I wouldn't say really early on, but earlier on in their relationship. And yes, freak-offs were pretty much around that time, if I'm correct, starting to get introduced at this time. She's a youngin'. She said this is the first real adult relationship she ever had, ever. And it's with one of the biggest names in hip hop and in black entertainment, just entertainment in general, y'all. You really think that a young girl, impressionable young woman, let me just say that, not girl, young, impressionable woman, very young, still wet behind their ears, still trying to get a grasp on what the real world is like. Do you really think she's that vetted for a relationship with a grown man who's already been there, done that? And let's not forget the relationship that he had currently or around that same time with Kim Porter. And again, I'm telling you right now, I'm sure he was doing crazy things with Kim Porter as well. He roomed her. He broomed her. I can't say the G word. It's so frustrating on these platforms, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. He manipulated, he worked her. And in fact, it's funny because I just pulled out this book. I've been meaning to read this book for the longest time, and I have a feeling I'm going to be showing you guys this book a lot over the course of the next couple days, at least with Cassie. Shoot, probably with all of the victims, the girlfriends that he has that are all testifying. But there's a story that Dave Chappelle told in a stand-up that made me pick up this book. Okay, and it's called Pimp: The Story of My Life, Iceberg Slim. All right. I've been meaning to crack this book open. I've read like maybe 30 pages out of this mug. Life got in the way. And then just yesterday, it popped up in my head again. And I'm not sitting here saying like, everybody should read this book. And this is the reason why you should read a book. Bow-dow-bow. I'm not trying to get you guys to do that. Okay. We're not doing reading Rainbow right now. But what I'm trying to say is, damn. Because he talks about breaking a B, okay? Breaking his bottom B and how he does that, right? That story is in this book. There's a reason why I'm pointing this out. Reason why I'm bringing up this book, okay? Reason why I'm bringing up this book is because he was doing the same damn thing to Cassie. Yes, I said it. He's doing the same damn thing to Cassie. He was breaking her down to make her his bottom B, basically. And he did everything he could to manipulate, coerce, whatever, so that she could bend at his will. Real talk. Now, I'm not trying to call her those words. You know what I'm saying, okay? It's just the terminology that's used in this book, okay? So, again, respectfully, yes, beauty is me, exactly, brainwashed this young woman, okay? Young woman, by the way. Hold on. Brought some reinforcements for today. So, I think it's very important. If you're at all sucked into this case, pick up this book. Okay? Pick up this book. Take a read. Stuff is crazy. Well, I only read 30 pages a little while ago, and I was like, my Lord, this book is insane. All right? And it still rings true to this day because this is exactly what we're seeing in real time in these text messages and how he treated her as well. This is crazy. So, let's continue on. So they say here, he was sweet and attentive in the beginning. This is what Cassie says, right? And don't worry, we're going to be going over to Inner City Press with all his information and all that as well, okay? But they say when asked by Diddy why she wanted to spend so much time with Diddy, so when asked by Diddy's attorney why she wanted to spend so much time with Diddy, she said, because I fell in love with him. He was charismatic, big personality, larger than life. The beginning of the relationship was really fast-paced, scary. But the more time I spent with him, his real personality came out. Sweet, attentive. Ventura also acknowledged that at the beginning of the relationship, the pair was reluctant to be public about their romance. I wonder why. Because he probably was dealing with having other girlfriends as well. And she probably at the same time did not want to come off like somebody who's just dating him to, sleep her way to the top, if you will, right? So I get it. But I also get the other reasons why behind it too, right? So was Cassie a willing freak-off participant? So she testified she wanted to please Diddy at the start of their relationship. She agreed to take part in his freak-offs, substance-fueled activity, often with S-workers, as the rapper watched. Yes, at the time, I wanted to make him happy, she said. Diddy's lawyers then produced a series of text messages and emails in which Cassie discusses the freak-offs, including one where she writes, I'm always ready to freak off, LOL. Mind you, this is a 22-year-old woman, young woman who's already been finessed. Let's just say that has already been finessed for 3 years at this point. Put that in consideration because they met around 19 when she was 19 years old, and he had been finessing for a minute. So again, something to think about, right? But when the defense again asked if she wanted to make him happy by participating in the freak-off, she clarified, no, it was a lot more than that. Even though Diddy had 6 children at the time of the relationship, Cassie admitted in emails of the time she wanted to have a child with him. Yeah, she was in love with him. She believed that what she was doing, performing for him, doing all those things for him, was for him and only for him, right? But again, I see what the defense is trying to do right here, don't you? I see it. They are really trying to spin it to make it seem like that she was a willing participant in the freak-offs, a willing participant in every move that he made, that she was basically the Bonnie to his Clyde. Yes, I said it. That she was a part of the crimes too, which also makes you wonder, could she possibly, at the end of this trial, could she possibly catch a case because of her involvement in the moving of these S-workers? Something to think about, and I'm sure something for her to be worried about. So the judge abruptly calls a recess as explicit messages are shown. So the judge just abruptly called for the court to go into a 10-minute recess after Cassie could be seen whispering to him. So the sudden recess came just as Diddy's attorneys were showing the court explicit emails and texts between her and Diddy from 2009. An extremely graphic message from Cassie to Diddy drew an objection from prosecutors, which the judge sustained. The emails and texts appeared to be an effort on behalf of Diddy's attorneys to undermine Cassie's repeated claims that she did not want to participate in the freak-offs. Now, let me just tell you, from my understanding, the what she says in these text messages are graphic as hell, and she's basically getting grimy, okay? She's saying some nasty things. I can't wait to see some D, get some D, head, feet back bent by my ears, getting, dug out, basically. Like crazy graphic stuff. So I can see why her team is like, whoa. Prosecution's like, whoa, wait a second, time out, whoa. Where the hell did that come from? Hell are you talking about getting dug at? No. So I can see why they went and had a little bit of a break. Remember, the other day, we talked about this. Prosecution was very upset because the defense wanted to bring in information, new evidence to the trial. And I think we're about to see a lot of that, or this is the start of it. They're like, hey, why can't we show you guys this our evidence, our exhibits? Why can't we show our stuff? Which, by the way, I'm going, hey, hold on. Isn't the whole thing about discovery? This is the whole reason why you had all those hearings that we had leading up to this trial, to make sure that they know exactly what they're looking at and what they're walking into as well. So maybe the prosecution is getting ambushed with brand new stuff that they didn't even know was going to be out here. And yeah, that's some crazy stuff for her to sit there and go, I can't wait to see some, this big juicy, you see what I'm saying? Can't wait to see this big old fire hose take out this fire. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. She's saying those, but it's a lot more graphic than that. And we're going to see that in a second. But honestly, this is what they're presenting. So, of course, there's a courtroom sketch. There's Diddy sitting, chilling, doing his thing while his team does their thing. Cross-examination resumes with graphic actual details. So, oh, dear Lord. The defense, in its ongoing effort to paint Cassie's relationship with Diddy as consensual, has spent the morning presenting the witness with endless emails and text messages the couples exchanged about their S-life. So they have missives. They have missives, or the missives have been, the messages have been detailed and graphic. So, I'm so horny. This is what Diddy wrote in one of the tamer messages, with Cassie responding, OMG, I was just about to text you the same thing. Or when Diddy said, I can't wait for one of their quote unquote freak offs, she shot back, I can't wait either. Diddy's attorneys question her use of substances and these videos that they made. So the defense asked Cassie if she deleted the S tapes she had of Diddy on her devices, which she said, yes, I deleted them. They then showed an email exchange between Diddy and Cassie in August of 2009, confirming what it appears to suggest the existence of videos and the pair's illicit use of substances. Cassie emailed Diddy, do you have any pills on you? Diddy replied, I'm going to do it again. She responded, I just deleted the video off my camera. It was so dope. Oh! Hamburger, y'all. It was so dope. Well, she could have still been on something. She could have been coming down from something too. You never know. But at the same time, she might have been saying those things to keep him happy out of fear, stuff like that. I mean, you can still keep that in consideration as well, right? Like maybe she felt like if she did respond, that maybe he would get upset and then it would be another whirlwind of problems. So maybe she's like, yeah, it's so dope. Yeah, I just deleted one of the videos. And maybe she said, wait a second, let's go back to that. Hold on. She just said, look, this could mean something without trying to piss him off. Hear me out. She says, I just deleted the video off my camera. It was so dope. You realize that she just said something that he probably did not want her to do, which is delete the video. So she said, I just deleted the video. And then she goes, but it was so dope. Maybe that was her trying to soften the blow. Maybe. Possibly. Or maybe she just said it was so dope. What I went through was crazy and it was dope. And reliving and watching that video was awesome to watch, but I had to delete it anyway. Oh, darn. Bye-bye. Now it's going to be burned in our memories forever. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know, but it is interesting that happened. Moving on. So Cassie told Diddy in an email in 2009 that having freak-offs was the next step to their relationship. But she also mentioned that she went back and forth about the idea and needed to trust him more to be actually free. So she says this: in order for me to be more open with the things we do in bed, I need to feel safe, like home, like this is my husband. And this is the only man that will ever have this aggressive sexual side of me. This is what she wrote in an email with Diddy. When we used to freak off, when we were so in love, there were no questions asked. It felt right, like it literally made sense for the next step in our S life together. When asked by the defense if freak-offs were an important part of their relationship with Diddy, she responded, it was an integral part. So yes, it was an important part in their relationship. That's interesting, though. She says, let's analyze this really quick, break this down really quick. In order for me to be open with the things we do in bed, I need to feel safe, like home, like this is my husband, and this is the only man that will ever have this aggressive sexual side of me. Okay, so there's a part of me that wonders, is it possible that she was basically trying to say, like, I'm scared. I can't be used like this. Taper it back a little bit. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe. Or she's trying to grab some semblance of control with when it comes to the freak-offs. Maybe. But moving on. When we used to freak off, when we were so in love, there was no questions asked. It felt right. Like it literally made sense for the next step in our S life together. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she is trying to get some semblance of control, or maybe she was just trying to be a freak leak. I don't know. The defense asked Cassie to confirm her independent success before dating Combs. Now, what's interesting, I want to point this out too, okay? Before the FOs and all that, this woman had a hit record. She was doing her thing. She signed a 10-album deal with Diddy. Then she just stopped. Well, she was making music, but it never saw the light of day for the most part. She had a few hits in the past, and that was it. One thing that the defense, I think, is going to try to do is basically say, like, as soon as you got into a relationship with him, like, you had no talent. Basically, you weren't good enough. That's basically it. Diddy basically shelved you because you weren't as talented as he thought you were going to be. There's a talk about 106 in Park, a performance that she had on 106 in Park, and apparently it was really, really bad. I don't even remember it myself. I need to look it up and see it with my own two eyes personally. But nonetheless, the defense is going to try to put together a breakdown to make it seem like she had no talent. She wasn't good enough. She had one good song and that was it. Or, she had one good album and that's all she was good for. And then he shelved her. And that's the reason why she wasn't able to make more music. All she did was become his plaything, right? So something interesting, something very interesting. And that's why they're trying to confirm her independent success before she met Diddy. You see what I'm saying here? So the defense is asking about her initial success in the music and modeling industry and what appears to be an effort to paint her as being independently rich and famous, not under Combs' control. Cassie was asked to confirm that she was becoming a wealthy celebrity with a thriving music and modeling career on her own before she began dating Diddy, her then boss. She acknowledged that she was, quote unquote, doing well during that time. His attorney asked her You were an up-and-coming star? And she says, I guess you could say that. Moving on. Cassie met Diddy while she was dating Ryan Leslie. Okay. So while she testified that she was dating rapper and producer Ryan Leslie, talented producer, by the way, okay, when she met Combs, which is crazy that even Ryan Leslie's name is being mentioned in here, y'all. Crazy. I mean, you could say like she was a two to three hit wonder. I wouldn't say she was a one-hit wonder. She had like 2 or 3 hits. Real talk. She had like 2 or 3 hits. Let's not forget that. All right. But anyway, moving on. So that's when she was dating Ryan Leslie at the time that they met, her and Diddy met. When Ventura signed with Bad Boy Records in 2006, she was platonic with Diddy, okay, and dating Leslie. This is what the witness said. So when they kissed on her 21st birthday, I'm assuming she was in a relationship with Ryan Leslie. And yeah, that's very interesting. So Cassie was about 3 years into her relationship with Leslie when she went to Miami to see Combs. Yep. So she cheated on Ryan Leslie with Diddy, leading to the first time she and Diddy had relations. The witness admitted under cross-examination. So again, not so good. She confirmed that a flyer was made to advertise a club appearance she was making to give the impression of a professional reason to travel to Miami so as to not make Ryan Leslie suspicious. Oh! Hold on. So, wow. So a flyer was made, a fake flyer. If I'm correct, if I'm reading that correctly, you mean to tell me a fake flyer was made so that Ryan Leslie wouldn't ask no damn questions, so that she could fly out to Miami to be with Diddy, to do the hibbity-dibbity with Diddy, and Ryan Leslie is thinking the entire time she's out there to perform at this club and promote her name as an artist. What? See, this is the reason why I'm wondering if Alex Fine knew that after the alleged R that Diddy did to her when they were doing their breakup dinner, they went back out for dinner again, right? And then she consensually, voluntarily slept with Diddy again, even when she was dating at that time Alex Fine, who is now her husband. Oy, oy, oy. But I'm sure he knows now, but that's very, very interesting nonetheless. But that's interesting, that stuff. Now, here it is. Why are they bringing this up about Ryan Leslie? Maybe because they're trying to make it seem like she is a liar. Maybe that's what they're saying. She's got a pattern of being dirty too. Maybe that's what it is. Like I said, I'm not taking the sides. All I'm saying is, woo! That is, it's interesting what they're doing right now. And you got to remember, what they're trying to do is put out reasonable doubt. They're trying to create reasonable doubt for the jury. Remember that. Oh, if she was willing to lie to get out to Miami to do the hibbity-dibbity with Diddy, what are the possibilities of her lying about anything else? But I'm telling you right now, the things that she says when she was being questioned by prosecution, all that stuff is damning, and it's true. You got S workers coming out and talking about all this stuff, all their experience. You got Jonathan Odie, who is now coming out, which is absolutely crazy too, right? But I digress. And you know what? Here's something. Next just said this, and I'm going to put it out. Because here's the thing. There's a good possibility that is half true. Yes. Okay. Maybe she did like it in the beginning, but then after a while, she couldn't do it no more. She didn't want to do it. She didn't enjoy it. She didn't want to do it. She would tell Diddy, allegedly, that she did not want to do it anymore. And then he put his paws on her. So again, You could all be down for it all day long, but as soon as you say, I don't want to do it, or it's just a flat out one syllable word, no, that's when you go into the lands of committing crimes. Let's not forget that. Just because you enjoyed it one time or a couple times, shoot, even 100 times, the 101st time you don't like it and you say no, no means no. That's a crime. If he puts hands on you and says, oh, you're going to eat this cake, anime, that's a crime. So it doesn't matter if she liked it or not. Doesn't matter. As soon as he says, I can't take these substances no more. I can't do these 3 to 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 day F-offs anymore. I can't do it. My body's falling apart. I'm getting sores everywhere. I can't even move or walk or even make music anymore. The thing that I love. I can't do it no more. Stop. And he's putting his hands on you and then throwing you back in there going, get back in there, champ. That's a crime. So it doesn't matter if she was a cheater in the past because she was young and dumb and around famous people, right? And trying to climb the social ladder. Doesn't matter. As soon as you muttered those words, no, I don't want to. No, or some variation of that, it's a wrap. Crime has been committed. Doesn't matter. So again, they can paint her out to be the worst. That's basically what they're trying to do. See, you were a cheater from the beginning. You were a liar at the beginning too. You were cheating on your man back then, and then you were cheating on your now husband back then too with Diddy. So how can we believe you, sweetheart? Because you're just a bold-faced liar. Nope, she's not a liar. In fact, she's not. She's not. There's too much evidence and too much proof stacked up against Diddy. S workers that are coming out the woodwork. You got people who are locked up. People who are locked up in Miami who literally lost their marbles. But they're also sitting here saying like, yo, I had to blackmail Diddy for $5 million because I couldn't handle what he was doing to Cassie anymore. Could not handle what I was seeing. So again, all day you can sit there and say that she enjoyed it, loved it, she was all about it. But at the end of the day, as soon as she said in any text message or uttered the words, I don't wanna, or just straight up no, that's when he should have changed gears, slowed everything down to a screeching halt, meaning stop the whole workings of this and not forced her to do any of these things. This is the reason why we're here, everybody. This is precisely why she's $20 million richer right now. Because she told him, I'm done. Doesn't matter if she was a freak a leak. Cool. Some of y'all calling her a 304. Doesn't matter if she was a 304. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It doesn't. You say no, it's a wrap. And you ignore that, shoot. You're going to be locked up. But here's the thing. I also want to remind you, her cheating ways, her being down for it, even her saying no and him ignoring it is not why they're in trial right now. It is not the reason why Diddy is sitting in that room all gray and skinny and pale. It's not the reason. The reason why they're in there is for STing, racketeering, and others. So let's see where they're going to get, when they're going to get to that. Because again, he's not being on trial for these acts of hurting her, making her do these things, right? It's about the racketeering. It's about the STing. It's about the solicitation of S workers. That's what they're here to talk about. All right. So again, real quick, Please do me a favor before we get into this more. I appreciate all y'all for being here. Really means the world to me. Like I said, you could be watching on so many other platforms. There's so many other amazing people, extremely talented people covering this trial right now as we speak. But you're spending the time with me, and that means the world to me. Real talk. Really, it means the world to me. All I ask for you guys to do is to hit that like button down below. Okay, let's see where we're at. Oh, come on. Can we get it to 3K? Let's just get it to 3K real quick, okay? 3K, all right? 3K, all right? Hit that like button down below. Don't forget to crush that subscribe button, please and thank you. Subscribe, all right? Trying to get to, my goal is to get to 200,000 at some point. Maybe it can happen before the end of the month. I don't know. That'd be amazing. But please make sure you subscribe. All right. If everyone goes and hits that like button and subscribes, shoot, you will have a holly jolly Christmas. That's what I'll say. Or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa, however, or not. Holidays. All right. However you support or however you celebrate the holidays. So let's continue on, guys. So Cassie Ventura testified that she understood how filing her lawsuit in 2023 accusing him of RNSA could ruin his career. So, asked by defense lawyers what happened to Diddy, his career, after she filed, she says, that's a lot. Yeah, I could say, yeah, you could say it's a lot. Prosecutors objected to that question. Defense then rephrased, asking if she understood how the publicity surrounding the lawsuit ruined his career. She says, I can understand that. So, he built Cassie up after knocking her down, she says. So the defense asked Cassie to confirm that Diddy both built her up and knocked down her confidence, citing text messages between the pair. So Cassie agreed, also acknowledging that Combs called her a queen. Words were helpful, she said. He's got that inspiring energy inside him. And you know what's funny about that? I always think that people automatically have there's this weird inspirational energy that people suddenly have solely because they're standing in front of like a private jet, or they're driving a Maserati, or a really nice looking whip, or they got a nice, good looking girl right next to them. Even girls, even the ladies, they'll have a good looking strapping man next to them while they're sitting there dripping in the latest of clothes. I think it's hilarious how everybody's like, you're inspirational because you make millions. I just think it's hilarious. But again, it's the same thing with Diddy. Everyone's like, oh, you're so inspirational because you came from nothing, right? And the only reason why people are even interested is because of what he's got in the bank account. He can sit there and go, I eat peanut butter. And everyone's like, yes. Oh, we all got to eat peanut butter. If we eat peanut butter, we'll be just as rich as him. What else do we need to do? You know what I mean? It's dumb. Anyway, but that's how we live. Look on IG. Look on TikTok. Even look on this platform on YouTube. Plenty of people being like, oh, here in my garage, right next to my Lambo, I got a whole library of books. I read a book a day. Have you seen my books? You need to read these books. They're amazing. And then if you read all these books, maybe one day, just one day, you'll get that Lambo that's behind me. Here in my garage. Shut up. All of them. Or those guys that are all roided out and they're like, you gotta be something. Wake up. Stay hard. Right? That's how I got all my millions of dollars, because I woke up and I stayed hard. Who gonna carry the boats? Who gonna carry the logs? Diddy the same thing. Sorry, it's the truth. Although that was kind of quoting David Goggins. I like David Goggins, and he's not a millionaire that I know of. But I'm talking about the other people out here, all right, that are all roided out. He's not roided out. But there's other guys that you clearly, they done like 3 burpees and they think that they're like ex-military. You see what I'm saying? Those mother lovers. And they got the nice whips. but they're like rich broke, you know, and it's all for show. Stay hard, wake up, make that money, hustle, right? Is he a million? I'm sure he's a millionaire by now. But you know what I'm saying? Those other guys that stand next to the whip in the plane, and then it'll be like a long ass post. You know what I mean? I started with nothing. The crazy thing, thought that I was in my mama's basement sleeping in on a futon. Matter of fact, it was not even a futon. It was a little toddler's bed made out of plastic. Ain't that crazy? Just 10 years ago, my dreams I never thought my dreams would ever come true until I started doing this thing and woke up and I hustled hard. And now 10 years later, I got the whip, I got the private jet, I got the money and the drip and the ladies. Oh, by the way, hit that link down below and follow my 10-step program to be the next hustle hard mother lover. Because you know you want to be effing rich like me. Don't you know that, right? Be a man. Take these pills and become like me. Buy my program. Link in the bottom of the chat. You know what I'm saying? They all do the same thing. Even Diddy. Moving on. Combs called Cassie incessantly if he thought she was cheating on him, she said. Well, you know this pretty much, okay? But Diddy needed to be constantly updated about her whereabouts, perhaps concerned she was stepping out on their relationship, yet he was stepping out on their relationship all the time. Was he not? Moving on. When asked what would trigger a spike in phone calls from Diddy, she said, it could be any number of reasons. It could be anything from not telling him where I was, angry about me, could be anything. Maybe he assumed I was cheating. I don't know. When asked if she believed the volume of calls spiked when he theorized that she was cheating, she said, yes, clearly. Details about Diddy's alleged use of substances. And she actually calls him an opiate addict. So she alleges during testimony that while Diddy was a wealthy businessman and record executive, he was doing so under the influence of substances. He needed to recover, she told the courtroom, referring to his serious substance use. She also accused Diddy of also using X and the yayo. Oh, by the way, doesn't he like that combination? Isn't it called Tucci or something like that? Tucci, right? So apparently he really likes that stuff. Asked whether she thought Diddy was an addict, she responded, I would say he was an addict. She answered yes when the defense attorneys asked if Diddy would become angry or volatile during withdrawals. I'm not a doctor. Coming off certain pills, he would be pretty irritated, she said. Then they break for lunch. And then now we're pretty much up to date to where we are at now. Hold on, guys. See how fast we go through all of this. And of course, we're going through much, much more. It looks like he got a little bald spot right there, bruh. It might be a weird colic or, weird combing pattern. You never know. But they break for lunch. So we're going to go to the Washington. No. We're going to the New York Times. See their updates. See, and I love being able to hop back and forth with a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, Nicole B. He must be stressed. Little man must be stressed. I don't blame him. I'd be stressed too if my dad was on trial for something like this. And then you're listening to everything and was seeing some of the images. I would be like, wow, Dad, damn. I didn't know you rolled like that. Wow. But you mean to tell me they wouldn't know any of this? I feel like some of these kids would know. Some of the kids would know. Maybe the daughters, they would hide a lot of that stuff from his daughters because he doesn't want his daughters to look at him in any type of way. But on some real talk, Okay. So it looks like Mama, the family's back. Okay. Janice Combs is back there. Of course. I feel like she's going to be there every day until that trial is over. But let me get back here. Okay. Just trying to get to the beginning. And again, guys, hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. That'd be greatly appreciated. Please and thank you. Let's get the 3K. That would be dope as hell. All right. And real quick, let me get some of these super chats. Alicia, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kumi, what's up? Hi, Pascal. Just wanted to know, will you cover mom and son school thing later today? I heard about a mom allegedly or like helping her son get something, like trying to get things ready for a school tragedy. Like she was buying the weapons and the ammunition for her kid. I heard about it, but Kumi, let me know what time it's at. I'll see if I got time. If I got time, I'll try to go live with that. It depends on if it's overlapping this stuff. Probably not. But that is a wild situation. Like the mom is helping out. That's crazy. Okay, Carbonized, thank you so much for the love. Nobody does this when you bake your own bread. Learn to knead, my darlings. Oh, smash that like, my lord. Carbonized, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Yes, be sure to hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Let us get into excuse me, over here. So, blah, blah, blah. No, we don't need all that. Family showing up, which we already know. She has entered the courtroom. She's in the witness box. She's wearing a double-breasted black suit jacket over a light-colored shirt. Let's see. She mouthed, "I'm okay." Now she'll be questioned by Diddy's lawyers. So let's get into this. So a lawyer for Diddy, Anna Estevao, I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry, guys, but moving on. Diddy's lawyer, okay? Open her cross-examination. You and Diddy were in love for 11 years, right? They say yes. You knew Sean. You knew the Sean that he didn't want anybody else to know, but you. This is what her lawyer, Diddy's lawyer, says. The defense has begun trying to establish Cassie's relationship with Diddy was long-term, loving, but jealousy-fueled and troubled. She did not disagree with her on those parts. First pieces of evidence for the defense were loving messages between Cassie and Diddy from the beginning of the relationship. "I miss you so much. I'd fly wherever you needed me, whenever," she wrote in 2008. In 2009, he messaged her, "I love you so much. It makes me cry." As is typical in cross-examinations, there are plenty of objections from the other side, making the testimony slower and more stilted. Cassie had her opportunity to tell a sweeping narrative about her relationship or her life and relationship with Diddy, and now it's time for the defense to try to get as much useful evidence from his side in front of the jury. So her lawyer asked Cassie why she fell in love with him. Cassie described the beginning of the relationship. She was 19 and he was in his mid-30s, so him him older, let's just say that, as fast-paced and scary. But she testified that his real personality, or at least what I thought was his real personality, came out, and I liked who he was. He was sweet, attentive. Defense spent about a half hour establishing the love and passion in the relationship between Cassie and Diddy. Now they're starting to get into the voyeuristic sexual encounters, known as F-offs, at the center of the case. So, to make him happy, you told him that you wanted to do freak-offs, right? She says, no. There's a lot more to that. So, of course, I get what she's saying. Like, there's levels to this conversation. It's not just her being like, "Oh yeah, I'm just doing this." There's more, right? I just want to do F-offs with you, and that's all I want to do. No, she's saying that there's much more to this. The defense goal is to establish that there was nothing coercive about freak-offs between Diddy and Cassie. The jury was seeing messages from 2009 in which Diddy and Cassie were discussing a potential freak-off with an S-worker named Jules, who was coming up again and again at trial. I'm always ready for a freak-off. LOL, OL. This is what Cassie wrote. Cassie has testified that she never wanted to participate in freak-offs, but did so to please Combs. She whispered to the judge. He called for a 10-minute break. All right. We have just been looking at actually explicit messages from what Cassie had sent to Diddy years ago. Sitting between his lawyers, Diddy, who is wearing a sand-colored sweater and a collared shirt, has been more fidgety today than he was the last 2 days. He's been leaning back and forth and taking his black frame glasses on and off because he's nervous. During the break, Diddy handed a note to his lawyer, who is leading the cross-examination of Cassie. Diddy's 3 sons and mother, Janice Combs, are in the spectators' gallery. He's nervous as hell, guys. And you got to remember, right now it's crucial because it's his team now that is going to be going in there asking all these questions. And it's crucial that they push the narrative and push this boat into Diddy's team, into Diddy's direction, into the Team Diddy direction, right? If they don't do that, he's screwed. Especially this is the biggest witness, one of the biggest witnesses to step forward. Let's not forget there's another ex-girlfriend, another witness, victim number 2, if I'm correct, that's supposed to be showing up too. And I'm assuming she'll be in at the top of Monday too. This is going to be a long 8 weeks for him. So I get that he'd be fidgety, rocking back and forth, taking his glasses on and off because he's nervous as hell. There's no room for error with his defense team. No room whatsoever. Cassie is back in the witness box. She is clutching what appears to be a chain of beads with a tassel and is watching the jurors as they file in. The defense has picked up again with these spicy text messages that Cassie sent to Diddy in anticipation of a freak-off in 2009. She said, he wrote, "I can't wait." She says, "I can't wait either." The messages between Cassie and Diddy in 2009 involved a discussion of some logistics before the freak-offs, buying candles at a pharmacy and their aftermath. In one message, Cassie asked Diddy if he had any more pills. She says she was taking opiates at the time. And in another, she told him, "I just deleted our little vid off her camera, calling it dope, bro." The defense is focusing on a message that Cassie sent to Diddy in 2009 that expresses some conflicting feelings about the freak-offs. Yeah, I could see, like I said, they're bringing this out as reasonable doubt. They're trying to bring this in like, look, she's talking about all these things, right? She's bringing all these things out, or they're bringing all these text messages and messages out because they're trying to show reasonable doubt. That is the straight up and down reason why they're doing all this. Okay. Look, she says she didn't want to do it, but it shows that she did want to do it. Look at how excited she was about this, that, and the third, right? She wrote in part, "When we used to freak off, when we were so in love, there was no questions asked. It felt right. Like it literally made sense for the next step in our life together. I get nervous that I'm just becoming the girlfriend that you get your fantasies off with, and that's it. I don't get the other part anymore, at least." This is massive. Remember, we read another breakdown of something like that, and it was not like that. It was on NBC. They broke it down not like this. They did not break it down like this. So she's sitting there going like, it used to be, we used to do this together as a couple, and I felt like there was a connection between you and me, but not anymore. Now I get nervous that I'm just the girl that you use for your fantasies, and that's it. I don't get the other part, which is I don't get you anymore. I don't get Diddy. I don't get Sean. I don't get the one-on-one with you, Sean, anymore. Now I'm just your plaything. This is huge right here, guys. Huge. I was performing for you. I was doing all these things to make you happy. And suddenly now you're not wanting to do these things anymore. Or actually, you're just making me go through these motions, and there is no love there. The love is gone. The thrill is gone. You know what I mean? That's big. His defense lawyer asked if her hesitation reflected in the message came from a concern that she wouldn't be seen as his quote unquote full girlfriend. That's a new term I've never heard before ever in my life, because of her participation in these sexual encounters with these male S workers. So she says, I think that's a way to look at it, I guess. Yeah, that's what Cassie said. Ain't that interesting? Full girlfriend. There needs to be a t-shirt that just says full girlfriend. I'm his full girlfriend now. I'm his full girlfriend should be the t-shirt for crying out loud. See? So she was down for it. See what I'm saying? It's just because she was down for it in the beginning does not mean that she wasn't down for it at the end. And of course, she was doing all these things to keep her mans happy. And then she suddenly was like, wait, what the hell am I doing? Why am I doing all this stuff if I'm not getting the love that I thought I was going to get anymore? What the hell's this? I'm not even your full girlfriend anymore, right? Much of the cross-examination of Cassie so far has revolved around the issue of consent in freak-offs. Yep. It was clear from Cassie's communications with Diddy that she had conflicting feelings about these sexual encounters. She testified on Wednesday that she plainly did not want to participate in them because they made her feel disgusting and empty. But with the messages the defense has presented today, Diddy's lawyers have been trying to make the argument that Cassie's hesitancy was more about her fear of being relegated to the role of a freak-off partner than Diddy's true girlfriend. Very interesting. And you see that you see what they're going with. She was that they're saying, hey, she was a willing participant until she realized that the love between them was gone. His interest with her, as far as loving her, was gone. Now she's just a plaything. That's still, again, like I said, just because they're able to prove that does not mean that she didn't say no. Does not mean that her saying no is invalid. Remember that, guys. Moving on. Cassie had been monotone and seemed a bit resigned while reading her sexually explicit messages to Diddy. She became a bit more animated while discussing her rise to fame in music, describing her 21st birthday party in Las Vegas, which Britney Spears attended. Woo! Britney Spears is in the conversation, okay? Britney Spears attended her 21st birthday thanks to an invitation from Combs, Diddy, and a bad early TV performance on BET, which Diddy helped her move on from. Now, again, she had a performance. I don't know. I've never seen the video myself. I need to go see it or find it somewhere. But she had a whole performance on 106 in Park that apparently was not good at all. I guess she just fell on her face or something. I don't know. It was bad. Metaphorically speaking. I'm not saying she physically fell on her face. But I think Diddy's team, is trying to say that this was the moment that Diddy realized that she is not a performer, or that she is an artist that he's going to shelve because of this bad experience that she had on BET, right? So again, very interesting. But it's also interesting that Britney Spears and other names that we're going to see in the inner city press's breakdown of everything too, there's a lot of names that are being mentioned in here, and Britney Spears happens to be one of them. And I still wonder, could she be somebody that was being used in these situations as well? God only knows. Early in today's cross-examination of Cassie, a lawyer for Diddy asked her to recall the love and passion that existed in the early stages of their relationship with the mogul, and cited many flirtatious messages between them. I miss you so much. Okay, blah, blah, blah. We already know about all this, okay? Marathon of sessions at the heart of the case. Testimony markedly differed in tone from Cassie's questioning by prosecution over the last 2 days, in which she described their freak-offs as nightmarish horrors in which she was forced to participate in degrading substance-fueled for sometimes days at a time. The questioning today was aimed at proving one of the defense's key arguments that Cassie and other women involved in this case were not coerced into these activities, but rather were willing participants. Okay, so we already know about all that, but let's continue on. She was smiling as one of Diddy's as one of Diddy's defense lawyers read along an email she sent him shortly after the relationship began. Cassie suggested that the lawyer read that one aloud, saying, "It's making me giggle because it's from 2007. The message expressed both affection and fear that Diddy wasn't fully reciprocating her love for him. I never felt so loved, safe, and empowered since we've come together," she wrote, before saying, "On the other hand, you're constantly weary of me. It was usually like a one-way street when it came to messages like this." So again, in the very beginning, I'm assuming she was always showering him with all kinds of love and affection, and he wasn't giving it back in a way, right? There was a very brief but charged back and forth between Cassie and Diddy about the effect of the lawsuit she filed in 2023 that he quickly settled for $20 million. When your lawsuit was publicized in November of 2023, you understand that his career was ruined at that point, right? This is what his lawyer asked. I can understand that. Yeah. The cross-examination is swinging between the freak-offs and the center of the case. At the center of the case. Excuse me. Between the freak-offs and at the center of the case and other topics. Cassie is currently reading more sexually explicit messages between her and Combs, this time from 2012. The defense seems to be highlighting how, in this conversation, Diddy asked about Cassie's desires and preferences. The defense has characterized Diddy's sexual preferences as part of a swingers lifestyle. In contrast to the government's allegations of STing and coercion, Diddy's lawyers asked Cassie about the swingers lifestyle, and Cassie testified that multiple times she watched Diddy have relations with another woman. A reversal of the typical voyeuristic arrangement that played out during their relationship. And I wonder, who could the other women be? She says that this happened multiple times, that he would have relations with another woman, with her watching the whole thing. So the roles reversed. It wasn't just him over there, massaging his Tootsie Roll. His itty bitty ditty. But in fact, him doing his thing while she's in the corner watching this. I'm in the corner watching in the kiss her. Oh, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. So that's information we haven't heard. Moving on. Before the defense could enter into evidence a set of communications between Cassie and Diddy, Cassie reviewed them thoroughly on a paper first from the witness stand. They were emails, text messages, and photos from their relationship. Defense asked Cassie about her testimony that Diddy would sometimes call her incessantly. The defense lawyer also asked if those calls were triggered by fears of infidelity, a main theme of the defense. That's one of the reasons she responded. Yes, that's one of the reasons. Remember what they said earlier. Guys, remember what they said earlier, okay? Remember what they said earlier about how she lied to her then boyfriend, Ryan Leslie, so that she could be out in Miami to make it seem like she was there for a club performance or some sort of appearance at a club, only to really be there and spend time with Diddy. And then, of course, she went and slept with Diddy that very night, cheating on Ryan Leslie. Now, I want you guys to hear that because, again, they're trying to paint her as some sort of cheating type of person. That's what they're trying to show right here. Oh, look, he cheated once again, or she cheated. And of course he'd be worried about her cheating on him if she's known to lie and cheat on a previous boyfriend with him in the past. So of course he's going to be concerned. Of course this whole thing started with became a toxic relationship. Of course. You see what I'm saying? They're laying the groundwork to make it seem like this person was an opportunistic human being. She was an opportunist. What is the word? She was an opportunist. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay? That's what they're trying to do. Look, she's willing to get underneath another guy so she can get on top. That's what they're trying to say. Oh, she's sleeping her way to the top. And this is the reason why he always slept with one eye open. At least that's one angle, right? Let's continue on. Cassie was asked about her testimony that Diddy frequently weighed in on her appearance, including her hair, her clothing, her body piercings. In her direct testimony, Cassie framed that as one of many ways that Diddy exerted control over her life. In its questioning, the defense seemed to be suggesting that this aesthetic feedback could have stemmed more from Diddy's role as a fashion executive, someone with outsized cultural influence. Sorry. Stop. So there was, so no, him talking about how she was dressed and all that all had to do with the fact that he's a fashion icon too. Because of Sean John. He knows what looks good on people. Come on, man. Many people respected his perspective in this regard. This is what the lawyer said. From my perspective, yes. Interesting. I think that they were trying to spin it. They're trying to spin it. Like I said, spinning, right? So the defense asked Cassie about his use of substances, which she testified was a central element of the F-offs. And again, remember, they were doing this weekly. So she says at one point he was an addict, testifying that he often took opiates, as she said. She said that multiple times, all right? She said that multiple times she witnessed him go through withdrawal, which caused him to be more irritable. He was a butthole. He was even more of a butthole because he was coming down from stuff. So the defense has attributed Diddy's physical violence to two main things: his substance use and jealousy. Realize that. They're not trying to connect the freak-offs and her saying no about doing these freak-offs. Oh, no. They're saying they had a toxic relationship and they were also using a lot of substances. And that's the reason why there was a whole lot of DV going on. Interesting, right? So they continue to question her about her relationship with the mogul, drawing on many text messages and other communications between them. Cassie expressed affection and devotion to him, but also complained that she felt she had become simply an sexual object to him and not a full romantic partner. The defense also questioned Cassie about the swingers lifestyle that Diddy wanted. That included not just S involving Cassie and another man, but other occasions when he requested that she watch him having relations with another woman. Cassie was asked whether any personal assistants entered the room during the freak-offs, which is nice to hear that question here. She said she could not remember, citing the substances she took throughout. She was also questioned about Diddy's use of substances. She said while taking them, he was not doing well. That's what happens when you take substances, right? That's why you say, don't do drugs, kids. Do not ever say yes. Say no. Moving on. We're taking a break. That was for lunch, and now we're at the lunch stuff. So let's go to the man, the myth, the legend, Inner City Press. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's get into this. So, okay, so before the cross-examination, hold on, we're skipping all this other stuff because it's just crap. All right. So jury enters, they start cross-examination. And let me tell you, or let me ask you, what are your thoughts so far with the defense? Are you thinking that they're posing a strong argument here, or do you think it's trash? In fact, let me do a poll. Okay, let me do that poll though. Hold on. What do you think defense cross? They are not doing well, or they are presenting strong good points. Here we go. That was a fast thing, but I'm just going to drop it right there. All right. So take your butts to the poll. All right. In fact, before I get there, let me just grab this thing, this video right quick for you. And I would say definitely make sure when you get some time, check out this video that I just that I put up this morning. Has to do with Jonathan Oddie. Yeah. Woo boy. All I gotta say is woo doggy. Okay. So go check that out as well. All right. But let's take a look at this. All right. So 1 second. One more thing. Hit the like button down below. Crush that subscribe button, please, and thank you. Okay. So I asked you how I pinned to the top of the chat a poll. Also, there's a video about Jonathan Oddie because there's an interview that he did on News Nation. I break it down. We talk about it as well. So go check that out when you get a chance. Thank you, Side Hustle, for checking it out earlier. I appreciate it, Side Hustle Queen. But of course, go to the top of the poll or go to the poll, top of the chat, put in your vote. Excuse me. Let me know what you think. Okay. And if you don't see the poll, you might have to refresh your page. Okay. Just refresh the page and you should be able to see it because that is pinned to the top of the chat. Both things are pinned to the top of the chat. Okay. Let's get into this, shall we? So defense says, you love Miss Ventura, you loved Diddy, right? She says, I did. For 11 years, you took care of him. In some ways, she said. You called him larger than life. I did. Others called him Diddy or Puff Daddy, but you called him Sean, right? She says, yes. You knew a version of him the rest of the world that couldn't see, right? And then prosecution says, objection, Your Honor. And judge says, overruled. So they continue. In ways, that's what she said. You kept coming back to him for 11 years. I wouldn't say coming back. You believe he loved you too? I did believe he loved me too. So when he cheated on you, it hurt. not every time. Bring up this defense exhibit. Objection, not in evidence. Remember what I said, guys. They were arguing in the very beginning that defense wanted to bring out literally some serious left turns or out of nowhere pieces of evidence. And again, prosecution's going, this is not right. This was never presented in court. We did not know about this stuff. We did not see this in discovery. And now suddenly you're throwing it in this mug? What does judge say? That's true. This is not evidence. This is not in evidence. So Cassie says, I guess they moved on. Read it just to yourself. Why did you send this message? Says, to let him know I was going to dinner. What was going on when these messages were sent? I'm not sure. What was going on in your relationship then? It was early. We were loving. I offer it, I guess, offering the evidence, I guess. So then, of course, prosecution says, objection, objection, Your Honor, being offered for the truth. Being offered for the truth. Judge says overruled. So defense says, please read. Cassie says, I wrote, I love you with a smiley face. I'll fly anywhere for you. I love you, Cass. This was a 2009 email. Objection, hearsay. Judge says, ask more questions to the defense. From the BlackBerry, what is BG? Cassie says, baby girl. So, defense says, what did you write? You hungry, Pop Pop? It's weird. Okay? Like I said, it was a term of endearment or a nickname that she had for her grandpa, Pop Pop. And then he said, nah, I want you to call me that now. So she would call him Pop Pop, which is weird. And then it makes me wonder, did she have a weird relationship with her grandfather? Why would he decide to take that name? It's gross, y'all. Moving on, though. Defense says, Mr. Combs and Mr. Combs wrote to you, we are so in love, we don't do anything else. How long had you been seeing each other? Cassie, like 2.5 years. Please read this, 1364. Cassie reads, I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rush me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention. You wanted your special time with Mr. Combs. She says yes. You testified that you told him, I love you so much, you make me a better man. Or make me a better woman, I'm sorry. She says, I definitely wrote those messages. You wrote, I can't wait until we have a baby of our own. You knew that he had 6 children at the time. She says yes. So now these messages about the freak off. When you say it doesn't matter to me, you mean weekend or weekday, either is fine. That's what it says. Diddy says, maybe we can call Jules. You can do it. Or can you do it? She says yes. This is an explicit message from about the anticipated upcoming freak off, right? And this is when prosecution again says, objection, Your Honor. And then they take a quick recess. Then they come back. You may proceed. Defense says, Cassie, this is from Diddy to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right? Cassie says yes. This is 2 days after the planning of a freak off, right? She says yes. He said, I want to see. How did you reply? I think he said, I can't, maybe it was like, he said, I can't wait to see or something like that. She says, I can't wait either. So then defense says, you wrote, I feel like I want to F, right? She wanted to, right? Hibbity dibbity. You know what I mean? So Cassie says, that's what it says. Defense says, Diddy says, I'm so horny, I can't concentrate. And what did you say? that I'd go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room. No, that's not a big deal. Did you understand that he was going to take another video of you? Objection, Your Honor, speculation. Defense, please, you can move on. You ask, any pills on you? Yes. What pills were you taking then? Opiates. You deleted videos on your device, right? Yes. What did you write? That I need to feel this. I need to feel like this is my husband. The only one who will see this side of me. Defense says, were you afraid that Diddy was only seeing you for S in this way? Were you afraid that Diddy was only seeing you for S in this way? That was a concern, she said. You still were not public in your relationship with him, right? At this time? She says, yes. Cassie says, correct. Were freak-offs important? Integral to us. Extremely important. Who was at your 21st birthday in Las Vegas? Britney Spears. Dallas Austin. How did you get them there? They came for Sean. Defense says you're very beautiful and charming. Cassie says thank you. Defense says it's true. Who's Tommy Mottola? Woo! Tommy Mottola is in the chat. Oh my damn. She says a well-known producer, and also apparently, according to other people, he is the devil incarnate, allegedly. A well-known producer, she says. You were an up-and-coming star. I guess you could say that. After you signed with Big Bad Boy, things were still platonic, right? At that time? Cassie says yes. Defense says you had a rough performance. 106 in Park. It did not go well for me. Defense says, how did he help you after that? We did a YouTube video. He said, everybody makes mistakes. Defense says, what was wrong? I couldn't hear myself. So I guess she's talking about the performance itself. That while she was on 106 in Park, it was a bad performance. And she's saying she couldn't hear herself. And I'm assuming she had, IFBs, monitors in her ears. In-ear monitors, maybe she really couldn't hear herself, and that's why it all sounded like crap. I don't know this. I really don't know this 106 in Park performance, or I don't remember it, to be honest. I need to look it up just to see it for myself. But moving on. Britney Spears, Tommy Mottola, Dallas Austin. Names, y'all. Ryan Leslie is being mentioned again here in a second. You were dating Mr. Leslie. How much older than you was he? She says 10 years. So yeah, she's 19. He's 29 years old. Yeah, that's old. Okay, that's much older. Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Diddy, right? She says that's true. Just diabolical. You had a tattoo of Ryan Leslie's initials on your body, right? She says yes. How many tattoos did you have then? Objection, relevance. Overruled. But let's keep it moving. He's like, come on, wrap it up. Okay? She says 3. The one on your arm, no regrets. So I guess that's what it says on her arm. Defense says, Diddy taught you how to do top, right? The oral. She says, he did. Look at this. Tell me when you're ready. Can you read it? She says, you can read it. It's making me laugh. It's from 2007. You wrote, I feel protected. You are sweet. You wrote, I see that Carrie is better fitting for you. I'm hurt that you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. Kisses or hugs, I guess, or kisses, Cass. So Cassie starts laughing. What were you trying to convey? It's like a journal entry. So you discuss Carrie Morgan. Do you think Diddy was attracted to her? There was a point in the very beginning. Did that complication carry on in your relationship? Not really. Carrie was just always with us. I'd like to start asking about freak-offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask. Yes. The general public didn't know? Then objection again. Judge says rephrase. No one knew until 2003 of November in the public. Yes. That's what she says. Yes. No one knew until she filed, at least publicly. Fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit, right? I could understand that, she says. Let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period? No, now. Huh. I don't know why it's no now, but okay. What you be thinking about when you horny? She says, or Cassie, Miss Ventura, if you don't read the answers, I can read them. She says, thank you. So the O has a lot of O's after them, right? Yes. After a freak off, you'd make love with Diddy. She says yes. So your period, Diddy is asking you when you're on it, right? Yep. He was asking in the context of when to meet up to have relations. Looks like it. Sometimes you watched him with a female 2 or 3 times. Did you talk with Diddy about the swingers lifestyle? That I guess that no one talks about. Maybe that's what she meant in that way. That no one talks about. Were you keeping freak-offs secret from your friends? Yes. His assistants help him with everything. You would remember if an assistant came in during one of your sessions with an S worker, right? Not necessarily. I was high. So you don't remember much? I had my privacy invaded a lot during that relationship. This is from July 2012. You say to Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right? There are a lot for text here. So then said to be 25 pages. Where will defense exhibits ostensibly entered into the evidence or into evidence be available? Let's see. I would ask that the witness be allowed to read the entire document. How many pages? They say 8. We don't have a copy for the witness. We'll show it on the screen, but not to the public gallery. So everybody in the courtroom won't be able to see it. You said, did he often put you down? But he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right? Yes. Then they had a sidebar. Then they come back. What would trigger Mr. Combs? What would trigger Mr. Combs' incessant calls to you? She says, anger, doubt about where I was. If he suspected you of cheating, he'd call you incessantly. That was one of the reasons, because he thought, objection, that's sustained. Wow. Let's see. Objection, that is sustained. Do you believe Diddy has good taste? I think he does. He's had an impact on fashion. People like his style, Sean John. Did you consult with him on your look? Sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for. He still ran his companies even while having all these freak-offs, right? He did. What was he addicted to? Success? She laughs. What substances? I mean, opiates? Yes, he told me, and I saw it. Did Combs' mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from these opiates? He was more irritable, I would say. What other substances was he addicted to? Objection, no foundation. I'll ask if I want the grounds. Sustained, rephrase. What was his substance of choice? X or MDMA? Opiates daily? When he was doing them. You saw him withdraw. Yes. And then they go on break. So they come back. Where are you in your cross? We have a lot of exhibits. Let me confer over lunch. Non-responsive. Will you finish today or early tomorrow? To the end of tomorrow. So they're going to be going in this for a while. Okay. They got till tomorrow. They're like, no, we got our time. We going to get our time. So that might mean that Cassie, if the prosecution wants to redirect, she might be top of redirection on Monday, y'all. Ain't that some crazy stuff? So we might not be able to finish tomorrow. This is the most important witnesses, or this is one of the most important witnesses. For months, we said the witness had to be off the stand by the end of the week. Our direct was a day and a half. Limit them to that. Wow. They're like, hold on. Don't you do that to us. So we had a day and a half. They get a day and a half. They need to wrap it up, B. Right? So they say, show Ventura, show Cassie the exhibits in advance. Maybe just ask her the question rather than these exhibits. We have timing concern. We have a timing concern. So Agnifilo says they called two witnesses to stop. That wasn't our choice. It's a critical, important witness. Streamline things then. So they go on a break. Then they go back from the break. So they say the defense, has the witness had a chance to review the exhibits? They were lengthy. Judge says, we'll do the best we can. I was told the witness would be off by the stand by the end of this week. We let the jury go early yesterday, specifically because of that, right? If there's something that really needs to be done on cross after lunch tomorrow, I may allow it. We have to leave time for redirect. This witness is being responsive. So she enters, they sit down. So these particular these pieces of evidence, you wrote, I love our FOs when we both want it. You feel that. You felt that. Love and FOs was just words at that point. So Diddy wrote to you, I want the freak off right now. And you wrote back, LOL, me too. I text more than that. But did you text that to him? Diddy wrote to you, Jules is available if you're into it. You could have you could have said yes or no. And you said, love you. There was no yes or no. So then bring up another page. Diddy wrote, do I have your permission to set up funky fun or freaky fun? I'm sorry. Do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? That's a new one. You wrote ovulation. She says yes. So she's like, it's that time of the month, y'all. So no. Here. What did you say? I asked which hotel. I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything. So he said montage, or the montage. You said you could also go to the pleasure chest. What would you get there? Actual supplies. What supplies? Lube, outfits. He says, have fun, impress me. You say, okay. He says, can we kiss a lot? What did you say? Yes. You wrote, I left the iPad. I don't know whose iPad this meant. Diddy wrote, I'll be there. He wrote, I'll be there right after my session. This was in June of 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at that time? Not specifically. Here you say the game starts at 10 p.m., no breaking character to 8 a.m. So literally the game starts, which basically means the freaky fun starts at 10 p.m. and then ends at 8. So it's an all-nighter. This was a game a friend of mine told me. A way to rekindle your romance. Interesting. By doing something different in the bedroom. It's a whole, it was while getting into character. I guess it was a whole getting into character thing. That's what she says. Sorry. Diddy says, let's get in some outfits and go to the S Club. Diddy also wrote, surprise package coming from out of state. Why can't I reach you? What did you say? I was getting my brows done, her eyebrows done. Did you come to know Diddy was leaving to freak off to go see Kim Porter? Yes. Kim Porter's name is back in the conversation. Did you come to know Diddy was leaving these freak offs to go see Kim Porter? His typing's weird, but okay. So he was leaving these freak offs to go see Kim Porter. Cassie says yes. How did you find out about Gina? Oh, Gina's in the chat again. Gina's back in the conversation. Hamburglar. So they say, how did you find out about Gina? How did you feel? Did it upset you? She says yes. It prompted arguments? It did. And he thought you were not faithful. What were his reactions? It was scary. Diddy wrote to you, let's do something different in New York City this weekend. FYI, Dave hit me. What does hit mean? He reached out. And Daniel contacted you. Did this mean you might have a freak off? Might. He tells you you better put on VIP vibrate alarm or something. He's frustrated you don't answer his text fast enough. Right. You tell him to come to New York City understanding there could be a freak off. Maybe. You also saw the Book of Mormon. Yes, she laughs. Masked Pleasure, is that an S Club? I would assume. He asked, are you ready for tonight? What did you say? Yes, I just have to get some things. This is not about what I felt, right? This is not about what I felt, right? Because you're skipping over a lot here. What did you write? As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating. As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. I don't know what that means. Your kids were babies when we started dating. What does Bruce Willis have any? What is the comparison to Bruce Willis have to anything? Can somebody explain that to me? Like he's a badass, like he's unstoppable, like Die Hard or something. I'm confusion right now. Like I'm really confused about that. She's like, you're skipping over a lot. What did you write? As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating. That's weird, right? But I don't know what that one means. Maybe they'll explain a little bit more in other breakdowns here. Hold on, guys. Whew. It's getting toasty in here. All right. If you saw him on social media on vacation with, I guess, if you saw him on social media on vacation with somebody, I guess, it was heartbreaking. It could be. It was 7 years in. And what about this, about Gina? You wrote, I don't want to be a side piece, but I'll treat you as a king. You wanted to be the main girlfriend. In 2013, yes. You saw a social media post of Diddy with other girlfriends and you got angry, right? Can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations. Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry? Like Kid Cudi? Yes. Kid Cudi's name's in the chat. Again, yes, she says. Diddy thought it would be good for your career if you collaborated with Kid Cudi. Right? Yes. When did you begin your relationship with Kid Cudi? we enjoyed each other's company. Or why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Muscuddy, Kid Cudi? We enjoyed each other's company. You were in a relationship with Diddy. We were on a break. But you were still doing freak offs with him. Yes. After Diddy found out by going through your phone, you went to see him. You knew he was upset. He previously attacked you. She says, yes, I thought I'd be safer with other people there. They take another break. Then they're back. Says, okay, let's bring her back, blah, blah, blah. Hold on, let me click on this to see if there's any more updates. Yep, okay, good. So your affair with Kid Cudi was only a month long, but you got a burner phone for it? Right. So did he kick you in the back, right? Yes. Defense says, this came after your relationship that you had cheated on him with Kid Cudi, right? He brought it up quite a bit. When he cheated, he said, well, you had an affair with Kid Cudi, right? She said, yeah, sometimes he would say that. He suspected you of having an affair with another person in the industry. You were in South Africa filming. Yes. Honey 3. She laughs. Ha! Because that movie's trash. But moving on. While you were there, you saw a photo of him with Gina, and you were irate, right? Yeah, I was angry. You blocked him and focused on the movie, right? I tried my best. Diddy suspected you of a relationship with whom? Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan's in the chat again. Michael B. Jordan is back in the chat because they are alleging that he was having a relationship with Cassie when they were on a break. Yes, the Ross and Rachel of the hip hop world. Are they on? Are they off? Are they dating? Are they not dating? Are they on a break? Blah, blah, blah. Now we got Michael B. Jordan in the chat. Mr. Creed himself, Mr. Sinners himself. Crazy. Let's get into it. You sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to staff. Who? D-Rock? She says, yes. You sent it to them because you were angry with all of them. I was hurt. I spent all my time with them. You thought you thought they were in on it. Okay, we're going back because there's a lot. There's a lot, guys. Have mercy. Michael B. Jordan back in the conversation again. So yeah, proof positive. His name was mentioned before to jury. Okay. His name was mentioned before to jury and all that, right? During the jury selection, I'm sorry. And now his name is being brought back all over again. So again, this is very, very interesting, y'all. But I'm going back all the way back. Underline. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Yes. Okay. So we're right about here. Defense raised the subject of Kim Porter, an on and off again girlfriend of Diddy and the mother of his 3 children, as well as other women he dated during his relationship with Cassie. She passed away in 2018. I had some jealousy of Miss Porter, Ventura said. Asked about another woman Diddy dated, Ventura said that the couple would argue about infidelity, including her own. It was a little scary when they fought about her own alleged transgressions, she said. Cassie has been going long stretches without providing any substantive answers to questions by the defense lawyer as they recap fairly mundane text messages between her and Sean Combs. She is just replying, yes, yep, yeah, as the lawyer reads the messages, which occasionally turns spicy. Of course, the couple is talking about seeing the Book of Mormon during a trip to New York. She laughs at that memory. The defense is still going through old texts, zeroed in on one when Diddy did not initiate a conversation about, the hibbity dibbity. Wish we could have FO'd before you left, she wrote to him in one. The questioning then switched quickly to an emotional 2013 message from CASSIE to Diddy, in which she expressed despair that she had not been on family trips with him and his children, returning again to the topic of Kim Porter and Ventura's Cassie's hurt and jealousy about being kept at arm's length. Because again, he just kept getting thrown in, right? She kept getting thrown to the side. She's suddenly like, wait, so I'm just your plaything. I am just the glorified side piece. Right? That's basically what they're saying. She's like, you are treating me as the glorified booty call. And that's it. For these freak offs. And that's it. And she's like, I'm seeing him in all these excursions, going on all these trips and dates and all that, treating these other women like they're priceless gems. And then I'm just on the side, like I'm nothing. So she felt bad. She felt angry. I could see her being mad. I could see that part. If you are in the situation, right? If you're in that situation, I could see somebody being so angry, being like, what about me? What about me? I'm right here. We have something. We had something. But now I'm still just performing and doing all this stuff for you. But then I see you out here doing all this stuff with other women. What about me, man? I can understand her getting jealous. I get it. But I feel like that comes with the territory, especially if you got someone who's brainwashed, who thinks that they should be the only one. And yet he's still going around gallivanting with other women, Kim Porter, Gina. That's why these names are getting brought up right now, right? And you know for a fact Kim Porter and Gina know about this stuff too. Let's keep it a bean. And then, of course, if there's other stuff, other spicy stuff going on, you know for a fact he's doing other freak offs with other people, I'm sure. Maybe Gina's involved, maybe not. Maybe Kim Porter is involved in some freak offs or not. We don't know. But you know for a fact her being jealous does not mean that she is that is consensual. This is someone who has been messed with and been programmed for years to think that she is the only one sharing these special moments with Diddy. And yet he is still sharing these special moments with a lot of women and clearly a lot of other men too. So again, he took advantage. Still doesn't mean that he's not guilty of doing these things. He just took advantage of a woman that was in love with him and thought that what they shared was special and was only between them. And she wanted to still feel like she still wanted to feel special outside of the bedroom, outside of the freak offs. Sad. It's very sad. So Cassie seemed to be losing some patience with being asked to confirm the validity of the reams of old messages. She has routinely said they seem to be accurate, but keeps referring to the fact that she barely remembers the topics at hand. Her answers get a bit more terse when the defense seems to be circling a point without asking a significant question. Because you remember when she says, can I finish? Can I speak on this? Because they're like, I'm sure they're just drilling her so fast with all these words. She hasn't even had any time to even really respond to anything yet. They're just going fast, right? They're like, what about this text message? And blah, blah, blah. And she's like, yeah, I said that, and then they just go, but what about this one too? And she's like, can I speak? Can I speak my side? Yes, I said that part, but I don't remember what that was all about. That could have been a litany of different things, right? They're trying to go fast with this information because they're trying to throw her off and give a certain narrative and not give her room to speak on this, so that the jury goes, oh, there's reasonable doubt. Oh, okay, she was in on this the whole time, y'all. This is their tactic right now. Berate her with the questions, throw her off, make her feel some type of way, make her seem like she is a vengeful, toxic, jealous person. And that's it. The topic has turned again to jealousy and infidelity in the relationship between Diddy and Cassie. It seemed hypocritical to you that he would date another woman, but expect monogamy in return. This is what Diddy's lawyer said, acknowledging that Diddy could be, quote unquote, far more jealous than Cassie. He had a bad temper and he reacted poorly to information that he didn't like. Ventura agreed. They have moved on to recount her relationship with Kid Cudi, which was covered in her direct examination by prosecutors. Cassie confirmed that she used a burner phone or a secret second device. It's funny how they're trying to explain what a burner phone to people are. A secret second device, just so you know what a burner is, okay? When she dated Kid Cudi, while on what she called a break from her relationship with Diddy. Cassie said she was continuing to have freak-offs with Diddy even if they were on a break. That I can see some confusion right there for the jury. That's massive right there too, guys. Damn. Because again, if she's like, we're on a break, but you were still having F-offs with him? Yeah, I was. They're going to be like, but then why? Why would you? The jury, I'm sure, is asking that question too. Why would you continue to have freak-offs with this man if you guys were on a break? She says it was a job and that she didn't know if he considered them to be on a break. Cassie said she did not tell Diddy about her new relationship because she thought it would be way too dangerous because she already knows what kind of man he is. For long stretches of testimony during Cassie's cross-examination this afternoon, a lawyer for Sean Combs asked her about messages between them in which Cassie seemed to express a willingness to participate in F-offs, the elaborate echelon counters, the elaborate echelon counters that the encounters, I think, that the government contends were coerced. Explaining her responses, Cassie said that telling Diddy that she loved the encounters were just words at that point. Testimony also turned to jealousy, which Combs' lawyers have said is a part of their argument that the two had a toxic but still consensual relationship. Cassie said she was upset when she learned via social media that Diddy was seeing another woman. When asked how he reacted to the suspicion that she was seeing another man, she said it was a little scary. Like a car going boom, boom. That's not just a little scary. That's diabolical. Let's be completely real. So we're finishing up a break. It's been an evidence-heavy day. The jury has screens in front of them to show the text messages, emails, and video evidence entered into the case. They sometimes lean forward to get a closer look. So the court installed privacy screens to block things from the public from seeing things like images from the freak-offs and all of that as well. Let's see. Is that what the updates are? No, there's more. All right. Moving on, Michael B. Jordan's mentioned in this one, which is interesting. More infidelity talk. Back on the stand, Cassie agreed with the defense lawyer's characterization that Diddy was irate over Cassie's brief relationship with Kid Cudi, in part because he was a fellow celebrity. The Kid Cudi issue would come up repeatedly throughout the rest of their relationship, she said. So he would never live it down. So she would sit there and go, oh yeah, I'm really tired. You must be tired because 2 years ago, you decided to walk out on me and do the hibbity dibbity with Kid Cudi. You remember that? So you must be still tired of that, what happened 2 years ago, right? He's still talking about it. He's still dwelling on that, right? A dweller, not moving on, because how dare she go out and have her set of relationships if he's out there just smashing uglies with all these other people. That's ridiculous. But that shows control. Later in 2015, when Cassie was filming a movie, Honey 3, by the way, in South Africa, she learned that Diddy had been spending time with another one of his on and off girlfriends, leading her to cut off contact with him for a while. Cassie had begun a relationship with actor Michael B. Jordan at that time. Oh, crazy. The defense asked Cassie when her friends and family learned of the physical A in her relationship with Diddy. That line of questioning had them lingering on specific incidents of violence from earlier points in Cassie's testimony, including once when Diddy attacked her for falling asleep and not packing before a trip in 2013 that resulted with a gash on her eyebrow. Returning briefly to the topic of freak-offs, the defense asked Cassie if her actual encounters or her actual marathons with Diddy were a chance to do substances together in a safe, confined place. Cassie agreed that they tried many substances, including psychedelics, and enjoyed experimenting with substances together, both during freak-offs and elsewhere, like at the Desert Festival Burning Man. You were able to keep up with him in a way, more than other people? Surprisingly so, yes, that's what she said. Let's continue on. That's interesting. He seems to be agitated, the judge. He appears to be to still be agitated from the back and forth he had with Diddy's attorneys prior to the break. Agitation stems from the speed in which the defense is questioning Cassie Ventura. Yeah, I was about to say, damn. They're kind of playing dirty. They are kind of playing dirty. Let's be real, okay? I don't care what side you're on. I don't care if you're pro Diddy or anti Diddy, okay? When you have somebody on there and you're doing cross and you're not allowing that person to answer the doggone questions, you're cutting them off for a specific reason. You don't want them to, explain themselves. You're just cutting them off because you're trying to put that seed of reasonable doubt in the brains of this jury. That's it. Okay. That's ridiculous. Again, that's ridiculous. And clearly, even the judge, who's supposed to be unbiased and listen to both sides and let the jury do what they need to do, even he himself is sitting there going like, this is uncalled for. This is not right. But that's a tactic nonetheless. Judge sternly reminded the defense that it was given a day and a half to cross-examine Cassie, who's 8 months pregnant and would be done by the end of the week. So Agnifilo argued that Cassie should be able to come back Monday morning if needed. Judge shot back and says, in what universe did you not understand this was what was going to happen? Damn. If you're not telling me this wasn't everyone's understanding, if you're not telling me this wasn't everyone's understanding that this witness was going to be done this week. Okay, so I'm sorry. It says, you're not telling me this wasn't everyone's understanding that this witness was going to be done this week. So he's like, miss me with the nonsense. Sit down and shut up. She got to be done by the end of this week. We got a lot to get through. You cannot just stretch this thing out. You have an allotted time with this witness. Get to stepping with the questions. Cassie testified during their relationship with Diddy. She became jealous of his ex-girlfriend, Kim Porter. Cassie admitted to the jealousy after being asked by the defense attorney if Diddy ever left a freak off with her only to visit Porter afterwards. She agreed she was upset about not having the chance to form a relationship with Diddy's children, despite having a relationship with him for 7 years at that point. I'd be upset too. I understand. I get it. I get the frustration. She also acknowledged it could be heartbreaking seeing Kim Porter, with the children, and that she wanted to be part of the Combs family, not just his sexual fantasy. I had some jealousy, she said, and she was talking about that of Kim Porter. Cassie says things got a little scary after she cheated on him. Cassie says things got a little scary when he found out that she was cheating on him. She also admitted to being upset when she found out that Diddy was spending time with another woman by the name of Gina in 2014. The same Gina that was saying that she was getting attacked so bad that she lost a child. She was with child, lost the child because Diddy was attacking her so bad. And there's a big interview that Tasha K did with this Gina. And this is the Gina that's allegedly supposed to be victim number 3, if I'm correct, that suddenly just disappeared and is not not testifying at all, right? Ventura said the infidelity prompted arguments, understandably. So Cassie admits to keeping a burner phone while she was dating Kid Cudi to keep the relationship private and away from Diddy. I thought it would be way too dangerous if he found out. So as she was dating Kid Cudi, Cassie said she continued to have freak-offs with Diddy because it was her job. It was a job, y'all. So when Diddy found out about Kid Cudi while going through her phone during one of the S-offs or F-offs, Cassie said Diddy attacked her. Cassie says that Diddy hit her in the back with his foot at his house after finding out that she was cheating on him with rapper Kid Cudi in 2011. When asked by Diddy's attorney if her relationship with Kid Cudi drove Diddy crazy, she replied, "To my knowledge, it wasn't good." She confirmed that Diddy was especially offended by the affair with Cudi because of his status within the music industry. He's like, "You gonna date him? This little day and night? Shut up. I'm Diddy. The hell you talking about dating a dude like him?" She added that suspicions and grievances over infidelity came up repeatedly throughout their relationship. New update. Man, that was 17 minutes. Diggity damn. Combs suspected Cassie of dating Michael B. Jordan. So, Cassie told the jury Diddy suspected of her being in a relationship with Michael B. Jordan, actor Michael B. Jordan. Asked what Diddy's reaction was to the alleged relationship, Cassie said, "I wasn't there to see it." Cassie said she couldn't remember if Combs tried to text her about him, but he did try to make contact. And I'm sure he tried to make contact with Michael B. Jordan. Allegedly, he made threats to Michael B. So that's very interesting as well. Let's go back over to New York Times right quick. Okay. Sean Combs would react explosively when he found out that his girlfriend Cassie was doing substances with her friends and not him. That's wild. So he's only allowed to have substances with her. He's allowed to go and do whatever the hell he wants at any time. But interesting. But this is what she's testifying. The defense seems to be implying that Diddy's main triggers for violence against Cassie were jealousy and his own substance use, a point made in their opening statement, not necessarily to force her into extreme sexual situations. Let's go over to let's go over to Inner City Press, see if there's any new updates. It's been a little bit. Let's see if there's anything more. So, defense says the physical A. When did your father learn about it? The same time as my mother, she says. Did Diddy come to Connecticut to talk to your parents? I don't know if it was then. Carrie Morgan knew about the attacks, right? She says yes. The eyebrow gash incident, what was it about? Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing for a trip. Was he inebriated? I don't remember that. And that shouldn't excuse anything, right? Why were you asleep? I drank at the Abbey. I had something in it, I think. Did he ever attack you while he was inebriated? Then say he didn't remember it? Yes. Do you feel he was not taking responsibility? Yes. For substances, you'd both go to rehab, right? Rehab wasn't really a thing during our relationship. The freak-offs were an opportunity for you to take substances together. Is that true? Yes. You went a lot to Burning Man. She says yes. Did you ever call yourselves get high partners? We did. Interesting. That's a new phrase. Get high partners. She says yes, we did. Did you take substances from him without him knowing? Yes. So she did take substances from him without him knowing. But like I said, she says yes, doesn't matter with this case, right? But anyway, what was his reaction? Explosive. Did he tell LA dealers not to deal to you? She says yes. Wow. You told KK, Miss Coram, that you learned only after the fact that Diddy had dangled Miss Banna, her friend, off the balcony. I'm not sure. Were you on substances? So she says she told KK that she learned only after the fact that Banna dangled her friend over the balcony after the fact. She only heard about that later. But in the prosecution, when prosecution was doing their direct, they said that she was there. She says, I was there. I saw it. He attacked her, picked her up, put her on the balcony, and then threw her into some patio furniture. Let's see. I'm not sure. You got a life coach for your substance use, according to this document. I don't know who that person is. You were doing a lot of substances. It was a rough time, she says. Wow. What are you thinking of this, guys, so far? Wait a second. Did the poll get taken down? What? Hold on. I'm putting the poll up again. Hold on, guys. 2 seconds. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button. If you're watching on other platforms, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe. But hold on. Let me check something real quick. Let's do this again. Okay, let's try that again. I don't know why the other poll disappeared, but it's back up again. I mean, I don't remember exactly what the phrasing was, but I'm just asking, what are your thoughts on this? Are you feeling it? Are you not feeling it? Do you think they're making a strong argument here? Are they making good points here, or do you think that their points are just whack? Right? Hold on, real quick. Let me get this IV4. Thank you so much for the love. The defense is doing a great job creating doubt. There you go. Again, there are some parts here where they do ask a question, and I think it's very big. I think it's a very big piece. In a little bit ago, they asked, did you ever see these assistants walking in and helping do things during these freak offs? And she says, I was under the influence, so I don't remember those things. That's a big thing. That's a big deal. We have yet to hear anything about people actually moving around and doing things to set up the freak off so far. We've only heard that from prosecution. We've only heard it from the direct, right? So it is interesting that they said during the direct that it would be her or somebody else helping set the things up at these hotels. They have yet to get there, which is interesting. They only mentioned it once, which still is very, very telling and can add a little bit of doubt. But they have not really dove in. They have not really driven this all the way home. So it is very interesting, in my personal opinion, that they haven't really leaned on that yet. So far, they're just talking about infidelity and substance use for the most part. And then they sprinkle a little bit here and there when it comes to, the activities of these freak-offs. But like I said, they need to start talking about the freak-offs. Let's get to the freak-offs. Let's get straight to the point. Let's go. But I guess we're gonna see all about that soon enough. But this is interesting. Still waiting. Let's see if there's anything here. Let's see. I'm going to refresh this too. Yeah, Washington Post is slow as hell. Slow. Let's see. It's interesting how everybody has been waiting at bated breath with Inner City Press. I mean, they've been doing a really great job. I'm not knocking the work. I just think it's hilarious because I saw on Twitter people like, "Oh, he's not live tweeting what's going on," and he's like, "No, I'm live tweeting. I'm right here. Ain't nothing changed. I'm right here." Right? But this is interesting. All right. What are your thoughts so far? All right. What are your thoughts so far with everything? Because to be completely real, this is nuts. This is a very interesting approach for defense, in my personal opinion. I think it's a very interesting approach. Do I agree with it? I get that they're trying to, establish some sort of reasonable doubt or throw in some doubt into this thing. But again, I'm kind of needing them to get straight to the meat and potatoes of the actual S move, like the STing, the racketeering and all that. And I'm wondering when they're going to get to that as well. But we'll see. So they said here, you got a life coach for your substance use, according to this document. I don't know who that person is. I guess they're showing the document. And you were doing a lot of substances. And she says it was a rough time. So moving on, defense says you tried to get into rehab, the Golden Door. She says it was a spa. There was a time I lost all sense of smell and taste and woke up in the hospital with an IV in my arm. I tried then to get help. That's bad. And no, that wasn't the Rona. That's bad. That's really bad. Shoot, I bet this woman can't even drink wine. She can't even sip on a beer without having some sort of flashback. I'm telling you right now, it's terrible. It's terrible what she went through. This is crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff, y'all. Absolutely crazy stuff. I cannot believe that this is real. But you got, as we wait for more updates, because see what I'm saying? I think noon is a perfect time to hop in and get the conversations moving, right? That's just what I think. I think it's a perfect timing because you don't need to start so damn early in the morning because you're just going to be sitting there just hitting refresh, like we're doing right now, right? You get everything nice in a nice bundle, pop, like this. So yes, we're going to be doing noon from this point on, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know, okay? I mean, shoot, I might even think about just doing it at 1 Central Standard Time. You see what I'm saying? Because, man. But I'm telling you right now, nonetheless, they are definitely trying to throw her off. Of course, they're trying to make it seem like she is someone who is a part of the infidelity, that she was his partner in crime with all this, and that there was a lot of jealousy. A lot of jealousy. But then you can also see the other sides of this as well, that he was Diddy, that he had a lot of power, a lot of experience, that she was young and naive, and he took full, unadulterated advantage over that. And he ran her through. Okay? They ran through her, literally. And I hate to say it like that, but that's the only way to explain it. He used her up. And while she was being basically holed up as his concubine, glorified concubine, he was off able to go and do whatever the hell he wanted. Sleeping with other women, doing substances elsewhere, flying all over the world, maybe having other F-offs of his own accord without her, with other women possibly, definitely other men as well. So again, quite the appetite. Quite the appetite Diddy had here. Wild stuff. So moving on, they said she woke up. Okay, so she said, woke up with an IV in my arm. She could not smell. She could not taste. She was down bad. Okay. Those substances got her locked down pretty much. All right. So she tried then to get help. Defense says the time after San Bernardino, you learned that he had OD'd. Oh, wow. A very strong opiate. Yes. Whoa. That's news to me. I never heard anything about him ODing ever in life. So that's a new one for me. So he OD'd. She knew because he took something that he shouldn't have been taking, some strong substance. Were you ever not addicted to painkillers? She says, we took ibogaine. I have never heard of that before in my life. Anybody know what the hell that is? Anybody know what the f that is? Anyway, where did you get it? Cancun, Mexico, separately. Interesting. Let's see what New York Times has to say, shall we? All right. This was a bit. This was a bit of a tough stretch for the defense, as the lawyer for Sean Combs tried to focus on a period of intense substance use by CASSIE in 2017. I really hope this doesn't trigger her. Real talk. I really hope this doesn't make her relapse or do anything crazy. Like, obviously, she is very pregnant right now, but hopefully, this does not turn into something bad for her after baby comes into the world. Okay. And hopefully, she has a very healthy and wonderful birth. Right. But man, so the defense seemed to be attempting to portray Cassie as worried, or sorry, portray Diddy as worried about Cassie, urging her to get help. But Cassie pushed back on many of the specifics from that period, leading to some awkward and unsatisfying exchanges with few revelations. That's interesting as well. Hmm. So they're trying to make it seem like he was a positive force in her life. Yes, they shared some D. Yes, they shared some V as well, and some substances. But when she was really down bad, he came forward and wanted to change her life. He was trying to be that positive entity in her life. No, he was toxic. She and him were toxic. That's it. And they needed to get as far away from each other as possible. That's basically what it is. So the fact that they're trying to make it seem like, oh yeah, he was the perfect man. He was there when she needed him. Miss me with the nonsense. Miss me with the nonsense. Ooh, thank you, Martin. So ibogaine is a hallucinogenic, I'm sorry, and an anti-addictive agent. Interesting. You know what? I just got to look it up since we got a little bit of time, because I'm sure there's not going to be another update quickly from Inner City Press. So let me just look this up off camera real quick. Ibogaine. So it is a psychoactive alkaloid obtained either by extraction from plants in the family of, I don't know how to pronounce that. Moving on, psychoactivity of the root bark of the iboga tree, one of the plants in which ibogaine is extracted. Okay, blah blah blah. What does it do? Okay, psychoactive effects. It's so ibogaine or ibogaine is derived from the root, which we already know. It is administered orally at a topical dose of whatever. Effects become noticeable 1 to 3 hours after administration. The effects of it consist of two phases: a visionary phase, followed by an introspective phase. So they say clinical studies of ibogaine to treat drug addiction began in the early 1990s, but concerns for cardiotoxicity terminated those studies. 2022, a review indicated that severe adverse effects, including people losing their lives, have impeded progress toward clinical adoption of ibogaine for the use of opioid abstinence. Interesting. 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 Very, very interesting. So they took that, I guess, to try to kick the habit, I guess. So again, when Diddy threw you off the boat in Cannes, when he accused you of taking these substances and squeezed your leg, among other things, but you still wanted to be with him. I did. So he squeezed her leg. He threw her off the boat in Cannes. She had to take another plane separately because they went out to Cannes together. They got in a fight because he accused her of taking these substances. And of course, her taking these substances could have been not just her stealing the substances, but given the fact that she was trying to get clean, maybe, and that's why he got mad. Could that be it? I don't know. But then still, he was hurting her. He kicked her off the boat. She got back. She got on a plane. Remember, she got on a plane, and as they were on the plane, he traded his plane ticket with somebody else so he could be in the same plane as her, right? And then he opened up his laptop and he showed a freak off video to her to basically say, like, you better not. I still got footage, girl. Right? Yeah, Purple, I agree 100%. You toss me off a boat in Cannes and I have to find my way back home? Yeah, we ain't talking. I mean, that's the last you see of me, and that's the last I see of you. Okay? 110%. I'm with that, right? But as we wait, hold on. Marissa, thank you so much. This is just the beginning. After her testimony, more will come. Absolutely. That's why we're all going to be watching this. Every week, I have a feeling there's going to be more bombshell after bombshell, especially when we shift from defense and the recross, because there will be a redirect. I'm sorry. There might be a recross, and then she'll be let go. Then it'll be other witnesses coming in. You also got to remember there's other S workers that are stepping up. We got ex-girlfriends that are also victims as well that are stepping through. There's a lot of people that are going to be involved. This is an 8-week long case. So it's going to be a minute. We gonna be here for a minute, y'all. So okay. I've been there, done that. I don't judge unless you have been there. I think you say don't judge unless you have been there, and that's true. More will come, and that's why I saw this video. It went kind of like viral, or I guess people were sharing it a lot. Somebody walking out of the actual trial, like after day one, and basically saying like, prosecution ain't got nothing now. They ain't doing nothing. They're not even going straight for the jugular. They should be going for the meat and potatoes. They need to be better. They need to work harder, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it's day one of 8 weeks. Give it time. Give it time. Because there's still going to be a lot more witnesses coming through and speaking out. And this all could, like, literally within the next few weeks, the prosecution could literally fall flat on their face, or they could triumph. They can kick ass. Anything's possible. We got 8 weeks, y'all. Or, now 7 weeks because we're nearing the end of this week. But we got 7 weeks. There's still more. It's like, give it time. Let them cook. Let them cook. Diddy, Charity, thank you so much for the love. Diddy's a narcissist person on the trail, on trial. I'm sorry, not trail, but on trial. Didn't see the RICO yet. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Right now, we are seeing so much about how much of a dirty, 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 dirty man he is. But yet, we are still needing to hear more about these RICOs. I want to hear about that. Rico, suave. I want to see about that, y'all. Right? S-Dubs, thank you so much for the love. And also, I'm trying to put just so you know, S-Dubs, I'm trying to get those emojis up. I'm having the hardest time getting the emojis up for the members. I don't know why I'm having a hard time with it. I've been looking everywhere trying to get those emojis up. So just so you know, you have not been ignored. I'm doing everything I can to get those emojis up. But for some weird reason, behind the scenes. I don't know why I can't find it. I spent like an hour today before we went live trying to figure out those emojis. So I want you to know I appreciate you sending me those emojis. I am definitely going to try to use them as soon as possible. But damn, I'm having a hard time getting it all figured out. It's weird. I don't know why. They made it very tough. But moving on, you say more nasty stuff is coming. Hit the like. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm telling you right now, this is only going to get wilder. You know what I mean? It's only going to get wilder. But let us see if there's anything more. There we go. A couple. Yay. So switching topics. When you say Diddy went with Pew Pews to find Suge Knight, do you remember telling the government that you did go with them? She says, no. Let me show you. Then, prosecution says, just for the parties. I did not go with them, she says. So I don't think I said that. So I guess they showed something on the screen. You also did substances with Miss Morgan, right? She says, yes. Do you recall telling the government that you did not set what he did? Hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger? So do you recall telling the government that you did not say what he did, hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger? Carrie Morgan, right? Carrie Morgan? So that's interesting. What is that all about? So again, the defense shifted back to 2012 from 2017, so 5 years back, asking Cassie to recall a time that Diddy OD'd on opiates while at a Playboy mansion. While at the Playboy mansion. That's also interesting. So they were at a party, I guess, and he had a little bit too much of pills, right? Did there ever come a time when you and he were not dependent on these types of pills? Cassie said they obtained in Mexico a plant medicine which was illegal in United States to try to help them detox. It works, she said, but only temporarily. The defense once again highlighted that Diddy's longtime dependency on pills had a prominent effect on his moods. Like, oh, so he was just on substances, and that's why he was a jerk off, right? Understand, he was on substances. That's why he's a jerk off. Please understand, he's not a jerk off. He was on substances, right? For a moment, the defense seemed to want to revisit an incident Cassie testified to earlier when an armed Diddy went to confront Suge Knight, a rival rap executive, at a LA diner. But after Cassie disputed the details of a law enforcement account of the incident, the defense lawyer dropped the subject and switched topics back to her past substance use. So interesting. So after she disputed the details of a law enforcement account of the incident, that's when they're like, okay, never mind. We're going to change the subject real quick. Moving on. So I guess whatever they were trying to do did not work out. Whatever they were trying to throw her under the bus on did not set out properly. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Garuda. Yeah. They are most definitely trying to just annihilate her character. That's clearly what they're trying to say. See, she's not reliable. She's not a reliable source. Don't you see? She's unreliable. See how unreliable she is? She's unreliable because she was on substances too. See? It's ridiculous. So Cassie says Diddy got explosive when she did substances without him. So his reaction to her taking illicit substances without him was explosive. She also added that he told his dealers in LA to stop hooking her up. Stop being her plug. Stop giving her stuff. She's stealing all my stuff anyway, man. Don't let her have that stuff. I told you no, guys. So I saw the hanger. I saw he was angry that I was doing substances with Carrie. This broke up your 17-year friendship with her. It did. Did you tell Diddy about your relationships with her, with your now husband? No. Miss Morgan sued you and Diddy, made a demand, and you paid part of that, right? She says, I did. And you haven't spoken to her since? Maybe one text. That was the relationship ender? She says, yes. So with Carrie Morgan, I'm trying to remember exactly what that part is. With Carrie Morgan, what happened with that? She attacked her with a... He attacked her or she attacked? Because you don't recall telling the government that you did not see what he did, him attacking her with a wooden hanger. Now I can see what was going on. It's C, not set. That you did not see what he did, attacking her with Carrie Morgan with an actual wooden hanger. I saw the hanger. I saw he was angry that I was doing substances with Carrie. This broke up your 17 relationship or your friendship with her. It did. Did you tell Diddy about your relationship with your now husband? No. Miss Morgan sued you and Diddy, right? She made a demand and you paid part of that, right? Yes, I did. And you haven't spoken with her since. Maybe one text. That was the relationship ender. Yes, it was. Okay. Now it makes sense a little bit more now. So Diddy was dependent on pills for a time. Cassie testified on Thursday that he had OD'd in 2012. They had gone to a S club together in Los Angeles, in the Los Angeles area, and then he went to a party at the Playboy Mansion. Later, she assisted in bringing him to the hospital, where she learned that he had OD'd. Cassie said they both were dependent on these pills for most of their relationship. Cassie also testified that romances outside of her relationship with Diddy were not only the source of jealousy between them. Diddy said he would grow jealous, or Cassie said would grow jealous when she was doing substances with friends of hers, but not him. And she testified that he was pretty explosive when he found out that she had done yayo with a friend. He wanted me to stop doing substances with other people, she said. And he attacked her friend. He attacked her friend with a wooden hanger. Yeah, that's what I'm quite curious about that too. Where is Farnsworth Bentley? Where is that man? Right? I'm quite curious about that too, y'all. Where is Fonz? Where's the Fonz at? Farnsworth Bentley. That's a very good question. Very good question to ask. Definitely a good question to ask. Yeah, you know what I mean, Valerie? It's like, whatever happened to him? Because I'm sure he's got stories to tell too. You're telling me all these people didn't know anything? All these people were in the dark? All of them? Nah, I doubt it. I doubt it. But he was accused, if I'm correct, he was accused, well, this is at least in the rumor mill, he was accused of stealing from Diddy. Right? He was accused of stealing from Diddy. But we'll see what if that's all what it's, if that's the truth or not. Are we getting anywhere yet? Yeah, this is, like I said, this is a very, very interesting situation. And it's going to be interesting when it all comes down. Let's see what they say here. After the prompting of the defense, and in something of a non sequitur, Cassie just refuted an incessant public rumor circulated widely online about this case. There were never any substances in the baby oil that she and Sean Diddy Combs used during freak off, she said. Hey, now we can finally put that to bed at least, or at least in her experience. She says there was never any substances in the baby oil that she used with Diddy in these freak offs. Again, though, they're going to, what's crazy about this is that they're going to have to ask that question, that same question, for every single victim and witness that comes in that was a part of any of these freak offs. You understand that, right? They're going to have to ask that question to every single last person. Was there ever any baby oil in your, when you got hit with that, when you got doused with that baby oil, did it ever have anything? Did you ever feel funky? Did you ever feel weird about it? So on and so forth. So again, at least for CASSIE, it never existed. You got to remember, though, after they broke up, he continued. You have a victim now. Victim number 2, if I'm correct, who's going to be coming out very soon with her own testimony. He may have made things more advanced over time. It's like, I need to crank this up a notch. I want everybody to feel good. Let's lace this baby oil with a little something. So we will hear in other testimonies, they better ask that same question to every single person. They have to. Every single victim, every single S worker, they all have to say it. They all have to answer that question. You got to remember, there's a lot of people that are going after him civilly right now that are like, yes, I'm a victim, and how he did it, he used baby oil. I couldn't move after it touched my skin, right? You realize that all those people that have put out those claims, and if we're hearing from all of the victims that step forward and they're able to debunk this, all of those civil lawsuits are now going to be side-eyed like a mug. Just saying. Joel saying. So they're going on a 10-minute break to allow prosecution to read over a 49-page exhibit. Oh, dear God. Like I said, those cases have been, well, no, not all of them. There's still a lot of cases, love letter, okay? There's still a lot of cases that are still out there claiming to be hit with baby oil. So again, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But that destroys that rumor, at least for her, at least in her account. That's a big deal. Don't worry. We're going over to Inner City Press because I'm sure they have the dialogue there. Okay, so she testified that she sent a text message to Diddy's chief of staff about an incident that he allegedly dangled somebody over a balcony. CASSIE acknowledged hearing about Diddy's supposedly dangling Bo Banna, over a balcony after the fact, but still reached out to a person in Diddy's inner circle. I did text that. There were other crazy things that happened, she told the court, adding she couldn't remember the name of the person she sent the text to. I saw what I saw, so I don't know. Moving on. Diddy once OD'd on painkillers, okay? And that substance dependence fueled some of the rapper's mood swings. This is what CASSIE said. During the cross-examination by Diddy's defense lawyer, CASSIE was asked if Combs was ever overdosed. And if Combs ever overdosed, and if she was ever addicted. She says yes to both. And then when the defense asked if Diddy's and then when asked about Diddy's mood swings were tied to pills, she said it was part of it. It was a part of it for sure. Let's see what is going on here. You would heat up the baby oil? Yes. Now, is this from the day before? I guess this is some footage, maybe. Is this from the day before from that infamous video that we've all seen? And then they said, okay, this is a long document. We need time to read it. So they're taking a 10-minute break for sure. Interesting. Let's see if there's anything here. Very interesting stuff. Now, I want to pull up Law and Crime. They've been doing some really great coverage on this as well, like crazy good coverage. I know that there's a lot of hearings going on. Even Brian Kohberger's, I think it's his final hearing is happening right now as we speak. His final hearing is going on before he goes into trial, and of course, he's going into trial in August. So it's going to be a crazy. It's going to be a crazy busy summer. Let me tell you. I'll tell you what. It's going to be a crazy busy summer because we will be covering. I will tell you that if you've been following the ID4, the Idaho 4 case, the Brian Kohberger case, I like to call him Coco. That trial is happening in August, and yes, we will be covering that for sure, cover to cover. Yes, ma'am. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So we will be watching that. Get ready, because that one's going to be a wild one too. Okay. So yeah, we here for all of it, guys. We here for all of it. Valerie, I did cover that this morning. Yeah, Chris Brown, C Breezy has most definitely been arrested, y'all, for bashing a tequila bottle on the top of a producer's head and then attacking him while he was down. Pretty interesting stuff. Let me just say this. C Breezy just can't catch a break. But I also think he needs to find a way to zen. You know what I mean? Like he needs to woosah. If this allegation is true, he really needs to work on that anger. All right. The anger issues are real and terrifying if you really think about it. But yeah, that's S-dubs. That's most definitely assault. Oh my God. He broke a bottle over a dude's head. Don Julio 1942 bottle. Do you know how thick that bottle is? Don Julio, even just the regular, not the good stuff Don Julio, just a regular ass Don Julio bottle. Have you seen that ish? Those things are thick. He allegedly smashed that over somebody's head. That's crazy. All right. And I know some people feel some type of way like, oh, free Breezy, free C Breezy. But if he put his hands on somebody, and allegedly this happened 2 years ago as well, which is also interesting. But I did a video about that this morning. Go check it out. After you go check out the Jonathan Odie video, definitely I highly recommend you guys go check out that update as well, because that's crazy. And then as far as Pig Vomit's case, Madeline Soto, may she rest in peace. When is that trial? Because I'm seeing everybody like, oh, we're listening to the phone calls, and it's like, yeah, that's cool and all, but I'm like, when are we going to get to the actual trial? I know he's had a few hearings, but I'm like, let's get to the meat and potatoes, man. Damn, you know what I mean? I don't know if I could listen to his voice anymore. You know what I mean? Talking about action figurines and stuff, and how he's just disturbing. That's why he's called Pig Vomit. But when is he supposed to be doing his freaking thing? When is his trial? Because if he's going into trial soon, then yes, we're going to watch it. Of course, we're going to watch that. I want to see that man go down. Okay? I want to see him get buried under that doggone prison, because that man is disgusting. All right? But that's something I'm still wanting to know. When is that trial? Yeah, I thought he asked for a pig trial, for a delay in his trial, right? Something to think about. I am kind of curious about that though, y'all. When is that trial going to go down? Pre-trial is in July 2nd. Oh, it's in July. Okay. So it's going to be a busy couple months. We got a lot going on. Trust and believe we're going to be busy, but we're going to be watching it. Pig vomit's going down. Pig vomit's going down. And then you got Idaho 4 in August. We got quite the summer locked in. Okay. We got quite the summer. But real quick, I'm gonna press play on this because they got a little bit of a break here. And then we're gonna reconvene. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. But let's take a listen to this real quick. I'll be right back.
Hey everybody, welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you for joining us for our live lunch show during the Sean Combs criminal trial. We are going to be taking your questions because today is such a pivotal day. Cassandra Ventura is not only back on the stand, the key witness, victim number one in this case, but she is being cross-examined by Sean Combs' defense team. And there are a number of areas that they are going to hit. But again, we are going to be taking your questions. We're going to be getting expert analysis on this cross-examination. There are no cameras in the courtroom. There's no audio recording equipment in the courtroom. So we are your best at reporting to you in real time about what is happening to you. And by the way, in a few minutes, we're going to get Elizabeth Milner on here, our law and crime reporter who was in that courtroom, because I have to tell you, there's one thing reporting to you about what the questioning is like. It's a whole other thing, the tone in which the cross-examination is being conducted. How are the jurors responding? These are things we do not get from the transcript alone. So I'm so happy that we're going to have Elizabeth on. Now, just to give you an idea about what we're talking about in this case, Sean Combs, of course, being charged with sex trafficking of two alleged victims, including Cassandra Ventura, also charged with conspiracy, racketeering conspiracy. So we're talking about a criminal enterprise. We're talking about an agreement to further racketeering activities, criminal activities, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Over the last 2 days, Cassandra Ventura has elicited truly disturbing and compelling testimony. And I actually have a sidebar coming out where we take what she said and we match it up to the charges that Sean Combs is facing. And arguably, she has ticked off a lot of the boxes, a lot of the elements for the prosecution to secure a conviction against Sean Combs. However, there is a lot of room by which the defense can move here. And so what are some of the things we've heard already? That it's what we expected, by the way, and what they needed to do given the testimony that came out. So they need to do two things. Telling the truth, this does not amount to sex trafficking or racketeering. They focused on coming back, although she disputed that she loved him, that there might be instances where she was jealous, that she needed attention, that she wanted a baby, that she helped him set up the freak-offs, that she didn't properly voice her objections, that she at one point didn't say it mattered when the freak-offs happened. It's the idea that she was a willing participant, that she consented to a lot of this alleged criminal behavior or alleged sex trafficking. And, you know, one thing the defense even displayed was a 2009 exchange where Combs apparently wrote, "When do you want to freak off?" To which Ventura appeared to respond, "I'm always ready to freak off." These are important issues that are being discussed. So I want to bring on right now criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer, and also criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Serena Townsend. It's great to have you both here. Thank you so much for taking the time. Safa, I'll start with you. Again, it seems to me this is not entirely unexpected, what we're hearing from the defense. Do you think it's effective, what they're hitting?
I think it's absolutely effective. One of the things that the defense is trying to do here is essentially say, hey, this is not a racketeering case. This is, in fact, more of a domestic violence case. And we're not disputing that Mr. Combs may have been an unfavorable human being to Ms. Ventura, but this is better fit in the world of domestic violence, not racketeering activity. And so the defense is cross-examining her, essentially showing that, yes, and admitting that, yes, this is was a domestically violent relationship. But not only that, but Miss Ventura had times or the ability to exit that relationship over a period of time, that she herself was a willing participant based on some of the text messages that are now in evidence and some of the testimony, which indicated that she, wanted to participate in these sorts of things because she didn't want him to do them with anybody else. There was a period of time, I believe, where they broke up and ultimately possibly got back together or had sexual activity after the breakup. So the defense is really going to crack at those things to show that this was not done by force or coercion or anything of that nature.
But Serena, the question is, could she really leave, right? So what came out of the last 2 days? You not only have a 17-year age difference, there were text messages that arguably showed a level of manipulation from Sean Combs. There was her testimony and apparently photographs, and of course the 2016 videotape that shows he was physically violent with her. And the question is, if you step away, if you don't do what he wants, you could face his wrath. And the idea there that he had financial control over her, he was controlling different aspects of her life, the way she appeared. It's not so simple, right? Now, I will tell you, I knew the defense, and they haven't gotten it quite yet, I don't believe. She claims she was raped by Sean Combs and then had one more consensual encounter with him. Now, you and I both know that's happened in a number of sexual abuse cases. There are a number of reasons why an alleged victim might go forward. But this is a jury who's hearing all this. And I do wonder, does the last 2 days of testimony, and it was incredibly graphic. Let me say that right here. What we're hearing is incredibly graphic and disturbing, and we are not going to repeat all of these allegations, but I want to give you a fair warning about what we're talking about. Does what they heard in the last 2 days, Serena, completely outweigh where the defense is going to go on cross-examination?
So much about this case is who is picked on that jury. One would hope that a jury could understand and appreciate that there are many, many layers to this story. And while it might have been a domestic violence situation, it could also have led to this RICO case, this trafficking case.
Right.
And it is not as simple you're right. And it's not as simple to say, listen, she came back to him over and over again. There are these text messages, and therefore that's all there is to the story. It is a layered story, and the prosecution does have an uphill battle to overcome those text messages and the things that she has said in the past. It'd be very important for them to educate the jury about what a domestic violence victim goes through, about the fact that she was only 19 years old. And I do think that video is so compelling. It adds so much to her testimony so that the prosecution can say, don't just listen to what she said, watch what happened.
Yeah. And I agree with what she's saying here too, because again, that's something, I see another question here that I want to grab here too. I think that it's important for us to remember that, there's a lot that this woman has gone through that Cassie endured while she was in this relationship with Diddy. And yes, I get it that not all of it that they're talking about right now is what Diddy's on trial for, but they are trying to set up the grounds, the breakdown, the foundation of what kind of relationship and what kind of person Diddy really is behind closed doors. That this guy is a monster, that if he didn't get what he wanted, he would take it by force, that he would ply somebody with substances. But here's the other thing too, the plying somebody with substances is something new or something interesting, because a lot of what she's saying here that we've heard, even with prosecution, even with their direct, she says that she was taking these things voluntarily to numb herself, to shut her mind off, to not realize that she's being used in such a terrible, terrible way. Now, still the question that still remains that has not been talked about is she really getting forced to do these substances so that she can perform, or is she only just getting forced to perform? Those are two things that I think are very important to differentiate between, right? That's something I think is important to bring up in a conversation as well. Here's another question that Jane Locke just said, and I do appreciate this question. How many times was she forced to organize these freak-offs, and how many were voluntary? Voluntary. How many of them were actually voluntary? That's something I think that needs to be addressed and made abundantly clear. Now, I understand that there's going to be some that are not going to be as straightforward. Some are going to be within the land of ambiguity. There's going to be a lot of gray in the area. I fully understand that piece. But then there's the other part of how many of these were like she was forced to set these things up. Because right now, I'm going to be real. When it comes to when it comes to defense coming through and talking about this whole thing, and they're presenting their argument right now, what they have in their corner right now are those text messages. Now, will those text messages be enough for the jury to be like, yeah, it looks like those were planned and they were agreeing to it and they wanted to do it and they were down for it? That remains to be seen so far. I mean, or that is what is being seen so far. The text messages that we see from the defense, they're showing that these two were like, can't wait for the next freak off. Can't wait. I'm fiending for it type thing, right? So it is interesting that those text messages are out. But there are also other times when she has turned to Diddy and said, I don't want to do this. And that was presented by the prosecution as well. So again, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here and how everything goes down, because this is going to be a very much touch and go. And I feel like a lot of times we're going to be like, what? Why did they even say that? Why did they even ask that? That's whack, right? So let's see. We got some more updates here, at least one. Okay. And it says here, judge says we're in the home stretch of the day. Let's get our jury back in. So then they get started, right? So defense says, is this, I guess it's a text message or an email or something like that from March 4th with UCT time. It is March 3rd. That's what prosecution said. So then defense says, okay, Diddy refers to accessories. She says for the premiere. So I'm assuming they were like doing a little something before they went onto the red carpet for this movie premiere, right? Possibly. Let me see what New York Times says. They're back. Says that they're on the home stretch of a long day in the witness box, of Cassie having a long day in the witness box for sure. So we are still waiting to see if there's anything more going on. But again, like I said, right now they're trying to make it seem like they were partners in crime. They were setting this whole thing up. And I'm telling you right now, maybe Cassie could catch a charge. I don't know. By her talking about this, shoot, any person that comes in and speaks about moving men or women across state lines or to other countries, they could possibly be in trouble for that. They could. And then again, maybe not, right? But that is a question I still have that I would love to get answered, because I am curious, guys. I am very, very curious about all of this. All right. Unbelievable. Just checking some stuff here, guys. Still waiting. But let's hear a little bit more of this. Gives me some time to rest the voice a little bit for a second.
Of course. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break because we're getting Elizabeth Milner up. The questioning and answers were conducted. So stay with us here on of the cross-examination.
Here we go.
And also, what is the tone by which the cross-examination is being done? Is it combative back and forth? That's the thing we can't get from the transcript right now.
Yeah, as far as the cross-examination goes, for the most part, it seems very casual. We were thinking that it might be aggressive, it might be combative, but for the most part, Cassie has been very forthcoming in answering these questions. You know, she's showing, Anna Maria Estevao is showing her, text messages and email chains and BlackBerry messages from 2007, from 2009, where Cassie is confessing her love to Diddy, or she is asking for a freak off, or she's, asking, about just more intimate details from her relationship with him. Because to your point, Jesse, a lot of this stuff, a lot of some of these messages that we did see in court today were very graphic in nature. And so, the questioning was starting out about the relationship between the two. When it first started out in around that 2007 time period, around that 2009 period, that's when the questioning at the beginning of it kind of all started. And you would think that that would be, an aggressive moment or a combative moment, especially as you're seeing messages that say, "I'm a very lucky woman. I miss you and I'd fly wherever you need me. I love you." And then you see Diddy respond, "I love you so much. It makes me cry." And then Cassie writing back, "You hungry pop pop." But I'm thinking, just from my perspective, that around those time frames, she was still relatively young. For the most part, she was in her early 20s. She was also asked about a previous relationship she had with another music producer named Ryan Leslie. And around this time frame, the defense was kind of saying, when you started dating him, you were 18, 19 years old, and he was 10 years older than you. And asking, with respect to Sean Combs and respect to Diddy, asking whether or not, that her entire world opened up because she was dating this man at this time period. Because remember, around that time, Diddy essentially reigned king amongst everyone. And so a lot of the questioning was a lot of messages that were shown today. A lot saying, "I love you so much. It made me feel like I can't wait until we just don't care anymore." And by saying we don't care anymore, that's about, her just wanting to be open and public about this relationship. You see Cassie say, "Pop Pop, I really miss you." And Diddy responding in these messages, "Me too, baby. Damn, I can't wait until I see you." You see a 2010 message where Cassie says, "So you hung up. It's like I need to have something written out to say to you with no breathing room or you'll get mad at me. I haven't talked to you at all. I know you have 3 minutes," because, around this time, he is running a bunch of businesses. He's going to board meetings. He's traveling across the country. But it seems like, Cassie, from her point of view, just by reading these messages, that you could kind of tell that she was just somebody, at least from my perspective, somebody that was young and in love and just wanted her boyfriend around that time. I will say, as far as just kind of the tone in the courtroom today, this was a day many of us were waiting for, because it is the cross-examination. We were wondering what the defense is going to try to poke at with, kind of maybe discrediting some of the claims, especially the claims about whether or not this was consensual or non-consensual, whether or not Cassie initiated wanting to do these FOs, or whether it was, Sean Combs who initiated and wanted to do it and made her, gather these escorts. And we haven't gotten too far into the testimony. I will say one thing today, Jesse, and some of the arguments that we had heard, even as I was leaving the courtroom, just to come out and do this hit with you today, is that Cassie may be on the stand well until tomorrow as well, too, still in cross-examination, something that the judge was a little like, "Whoa, what are you guys talking about? You guys told me that you would be wrapped up today or possibly tomorrow." And the defense said today that they still have so much more to go over, to the point that this could drag into Friday and possibly even spill over into Monday if they have to do redirect or even have to do recross. And
Again, because they're sitting there going like, "We are going to do everything. We're pulling everything out and the kitchen sink to show proof positive that this whole thing between these two were consensual. 110%. This whole thing was consensual. Don't even try it. We need more time. As much as you say that we are on a time constraint, F all that noise. We ain't done here. We still need to do our piece and protect our client." I think this is interesting, right? But I feel like they can kind of crush through things or find the stuff that they need to find. Find the heavy hitting pieces of evidence and throw away out the fluff, right? Get the fluff out the way. We got a couple other ones here. Here we go. We got a couple new things. Interesting. We now got paperwork too. What's this? What's this? Okay. So you sent him an explicit message. She says yes. He's responded with with a number of M's. He wrote, "Too bad you have to work. LOL." She says he did. So she says, they say, you ask him, "Are you feeling better?" Then he's discussing bodily function. So she says yes. So moving on. Can we just clarify what time these messages are really from with the UTC? So then they say there's a stipulation on that. And then there is, see below. So let's see. Hereby stipulated and agreed by and among United States of America by J. Clayton. Okay, Southern District of New York, blah, 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 and through the attorneys, Mark Nifolos, that coordinated universal time, or UTC, is 5 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time during daylight savings time, which is typically between early March and early November. UTC is 4 hours ahead of Eastern Daylight Time. Coordinated UTC or Coordinated Universal Time, or UTC, is 8 hours ahead of Pacific Standard Time, PST, during daylight savings time, which is typically between early March and early November. UTC is 7 hours ahead of Pacific Daylight Time. So this is 5 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, UTC. Just so y'all know. Okay. So I guess they were trying to clarify that, which is interesting that they did. And I'm wondering why they were discussing bodily function. Like what she was like, you having a problem pooing? You know what I mean? You know your relationship's deep when you start talking about poo. I'm just saying. But moving on. We're in 2016 again. Back to a few days before an attack incident that was captured in that video in Intercontinental Century City Hotel in Los Angeles. The defense highlights another set of actually explicit messages from Diddy, or from Cassie to Diddy, amid the couple's discussion of her having to work and attend a premiere in the days that followed. All right. There's more. While focusing on a period of time just before the 2016 attack, okay, that video that we all saw, Diddy's defense lawyer seems to be trying to establish that he had been experiencing side effects of this specific withdrawal. So Cassie acknowledged text messages in which she told Diddy to stay hydrated and to get some rest, but the prosecution objected in a direct question by his lawyer about whether or not he was going through withdrawal. The judge agreed and sustained that objection. It is awesome when you get it all together, right? So helpful. So freaking helpful. But interesting, guys. Interesting. Let's see where we're at. So please get your butts to the poll. Love to hear your thoughts on the poll. What do you think of the defense? How are they doing so far? This is day one of their cross. They still have tomorrow as well. And then it'll be, I guess Monday they might be able to redirect for Cassie. And so they're going to be on a time crunch for sure, which, I'm sure does not work or does not help for prosecution. But at the same time, there will be a cross for sure. The prosecution's chomping at the bit for sure. Okay. So IV4, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. If Diddy gets off, how does he rebuild his image? Man, there is no room for him to rebuild his image. He needs to go somewhere and disappear for a very, very long time. I'm telling you right now, there's been plenty of other people that have found success even after being accused or been found guilty or have been caught red-handed doing unthinkable things. People are still able to work. Look at Mel Gibson. Sorry. Look at Mel Gibson, for example. Look at Mel Gibson, for example. Now, I know some people are like, I like him. He's a patriot. He said some things a couple years ago, well, several years ago, that he still has not been able to shake off. In fact, his movies that he has come out, like he had a movie just came out called Flight Risk. I think that's what it was called, with Mark Wahlberg, of all people. He can't even put his name on the freaking movies because people do not want to go and support the guy because of the things that he was caught saying. Okay? So, again, he's been able to work. He's able to work. He's still directing. He's still acting, in fact, too. His movies are trash. They're not good. You know what I mean? Like, you look at Braveheart and you look at, like, The Passion of the Christ and what's the other one? The one that was nonverbal. There was no dialogue. What was that movie? I'm forgetting the movie. But those are 3 really great movies by him. But again, no one's going and clamoring to go see the movies that he's in, that he's directing. No one. So he has to hide his name. Apocalypto. Thank you. Apocalypto, right? Great movie too. It's a damn good movie. But at the same time, people aren't trying to go see, ooh, it's a Mel Gibson movie. No one wants to see him. That's why you'll see Mark Wahlberg in Flight Risk, and you don't even hear about him directing the movie, right? Or you hear him co-starring in a movie with somebody. His name isn't even listed on the movie posters, right? So again, he's still, but here's the thing, just because his name isn't on the poster doesn't mean that he's not making money. So same thing with Diddy. Sure, there's going to be people who are going to be rocking with him, but not everybody's going to rock with him, especially after you hear about nut juice on the chesticles. That's all I'm saying. Nut juice. Okay? Prosecution. Diddy went to your premiere lunch at London Hotel. She says, yes, he did. Then he says, I just got out of a spiritual therapy session. I asked, how did it go? He said, it's a process. This is leading up to the hotel incident. Now they're going to try to say like, oh no, it was just a regular fight between these two. That's what they're going to try to do. Okay? Game lover. What? Just a teaspoon of the juice. Come on. Stop it already. Stop it already. Just saying. I'm just saying. He's not going to live that down. You got to understand. I get it that everybody's a little bit of a freak-a-leak. Everybody is. Everybody got a little freakiness in them. Even the ones that are boring, that just do the little bit of that missionary, doesn't matter. Okay? Even if you're super vanilla in the bedroom and you're just doing the, and it's all missionary, still doesn't matter. You're still down to do the nasty. Okay? You're still a little bit of a freak-a-leak. So it doesn't matter. But at the same time, there is no way he's coming back from this. You got to remember that we're not even done yet. This is not like this is the moment we all been waiting for 8 weeks. And then she has finally shown up and they're having their star witness drop this scathing, this scathing testimony of her experience with Diddy. Hell no. We still got 7 weeks of this ish, y'all. We still have other S workers. We got other ex-girlfriends coming through. We got other witnesses coming through. We got other ex-assistants that are coming through to talk about these things as well. What they experienced, what they saw. He's not done yet. This is going to be like, it's like the ultimate, most disturbing roast of Diddy. And these aren't jokes. It's all under oath. You know what I mean? No one's going to want to stand next to him after this. No one. Sure, there's going to be people going to be like, we got to lift our brother up. But no. I'm sorry. There's not going to be a lot of people wanting to stand with this dude. I'm sorry. Nah. Like, oh, yeah, hey, what's up? He's over there. Mm-hmm. Remember him? Yeah. Diddy. You know what I mean? He's going to be a meme for the rest of his life now, too. It's going to be a meme for the rest of his life, guys. Marissa, thank you so much for the love. Even if found non-guilty or not guilty, he is guilty in society. Abso-freaking-lutely. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of people that are not going to be rocking with him. Everybody's going to be side-eyeing him. And also, I will say this too. He will be inside, in and out of a courtroom for the rest of his days. Because not only are there still pending civil lawsuits coming for his ass right now, if he is found not guilty, he still has to go and answer to those things as well. So he'll be fighting these things till he's blue in the face. And you really think that his kids are going to have any type of love? Well, they still have love for him, but do you really think they're going to have any type of respect for him? Because you also got to remember, his rep is now bleeding over to the kids now too. The kids are going to be embarrassed, made fun of, looked at weird. They're going to be fighting for the rest of their lives. I'm not like my dad. Really? For apple doesn't fall far from the tree, bruh. Do you realize the ridicule that the kids are going to be going through? Think about it, guys. Think about it. All those kids are going to be going through that. It's a damn shame. Because the kids don't deserve that either. They really don't. I don't care if you like them or not. They don't deserve that. So it's not going to stop, y'all. It is not going to stop. So again, they are late to the party, but okay. They have finally said it isn't that there has not been anything laced. All right. That nothing has been laced in the baby oil. Okay. Baby oil not been laced. Just so you guys know, in case you missed it before. Man, I wish they would just. These are the moments when I wish these things were more like, you know what I mean? I really wish they were just, it was more this dang, 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 dang. You know what I mean? Jane, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thanks for the gifted membership. Great coverage, Pascal. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. And of course, welcome to the family. Enjoy the gift. Okay? Enjoy the love and the gift. So yeah, like I said, guys, it's have mercy. And what's crazy is there's so many other cases going on at the same time. Like, you know, Vinny Politan, shout out to Vinny Politan. You know what I mean? He's covering the Karen Reed case. There's a lot of people that have been covering the Karen Reed case. Of course, this is trial number 2, right? Because of the mistrial. I just have not been watching it because it just too many people with very strong opinions. Too many people with very strong opinions going after each other. And I'm just like, why? Why go after each other? Like, where you guys aren't on trial. She is. Let them do what they need to do in that courtroom and just and let it be. But everyone's like going, I'm going to die on this hill. You know what I mean? It's just interesting. But moving on. Diddy's defense team has not presented a compelling narrative about her relationship with Sean Combs the way that prosecutors did. Interesting. So they have not presented anything compelling enough to be like, oh, see, this whole thing is consensual. See? But his lawyers have achieved what they said they would in their opening statement, introduce doubt to the idea that Cassie did not give consent to these freak-offs and suggests that substances and toxic jealousy were at the heart of Combs' violence. Sure, they have cast a doubt in that, for sure. But at the same time, I agree too. I don't think that it has been a compelling, strong enough narrative because, like I said before, she could be all down. She could be all body all day long. And then the second she says, I'm not cool with this anymore, that's when the game changes, guys. That's when the game changes. But we'll see if they actually, what they're going to do with tomorrow, I guess, because, shoot, they got like 20 more minutes. So let's go into this. You say, baby, I want to F off so bad. You were asked in your direct and said you didn't want him to ruin your premiere. She says, sure. Diddy says, if you start at 7 p.m. and go until 4 a.m., you can get enough rest after. She says, yes. So Diddy was even sitting there going like, hey, babe, if we start at 7 p.m. and it keeps on going until 4 a.m., you'll get some sleep. You can get at least a couple hours of sleep before you have to get up and get ready and go to the thing. But you also got to remember, this is also somebody that is also bumping uglies from 7 p.m., doing all kinds of substances as well, from 7 p.m. till 4 a.m. He's literally going like, can we keep rocking and rolling? Not even he's like, well, if we do a cutoff time at 4 a.m., that gives you enough time, right? You could sleep after that, after her getting ran through. Come on, guys. Does that make sense? That's crazy. That's crazy. You think if he was like, well, if we start at 7 and we stop at like 11 p.m., that gives you enough time to sleep? No, he says 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. They're just gonna be straight up going at it nonstop. You gotta understand, like, y'all, you know how physical the hibbity dibbity is, okay? The hibbity dibbity is a very physical act. I mean, especially the way they're talking about it, it sounds like they are burning thousands of calories over time. This is marathon type stuff. This is not like taking a light jog. They are running nonstop. And especially on top of that, they're taking substances as well, right? That's a lot of activity. Of course she'd be tired. How'd she be able to walk after all of this? That's insane. I don't know how anybody can do that all night. That's some dangerous stuff. Chrissy, thank you so much for being a member for the past 31 months. I appreciate it. Do you think jail calls will be played like the one in Code with his son? Hey yo, son, I need to get rid of all the plastics and the pizza boxes. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if they'll use them. Maybe if they're trying to show proof of racketeering. So that is a possibility. If he's calling those people to say, I need to get rid of this, I need you to do this, that, and the third, there is a possibility of that. There is. But I just don't see it right now. Like right now, in this juncture, I don't see it right now. All right. Robert, what's up? Worried about those who testify against him. Yeah, I'm also worried about them too, because if they don't bring them in soon enough, like fast enough, I could definitely see some people getting influenced, if you get what I'm saying. Just like the jury, I still feel like the jury are sitting ducks. I truly believe they're sitting ducks right now. I worry about the jury more than anything else, because it takes one juror, takes one to change their mind or to change the whole trajectory and whole outcome of this trial. Think about that for a second, guys. Takes 2 seconds to sway a juror with fear or monies, right? So I am worried about that, because he's out here doing all kinds of crazy stuff. We already know about that. That's a nope. Thank you so much for the love. Been following you from the start. Just want to say, enjoy your commentary, jokes, as well as your straight talk. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's a nope. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. I appreciate the your thoughts on this, and just doing my job, right? Charity, thank you so much for the love. You got me busting over here. Hey, we're here for the laughs and for the info all at the same damn time, right? But let's see if there's any more updates here. Jeez Louise. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's like over 9 hours. He's sitting there going, but you can still, like, you know what I mean? That's insane to me. You can still get some rest. You can bump uglies for 9 hours straight, and then afterwards, be able to walk the red carpet like nothing happened. You realize she'll be walking side to side, like pretty much rolling in a damn wheelchair. It's like that's crazy. That's a lot of bumping uglies, y'all. I don't know how. Oh, just a lot of bumping uglies. That's a lot of bumping uglies. And I'm telling you right now, I mean, with all due respect, Alex Fine has got to have some serious patience and love and a massive heart, because I'm just saying that's a lot. Okay. To hear all that, I could see a lot of people feeling like some people would feel some type of way about that. You know what I mean? That would be really tough to hear all that, and oof, that's tough. But there's a lot of people who have bounced back from things like that and have found absolute love and happiness. So again, that's a lot to hear. That's a lot to hear. You know what I mean? That's a lot to hear. So the defense has continued to focus on parsing the sometimes explicit text from the period leading up to the freak off, the fight that we saw in the hotel. All right. Cassie testified yesterday that she was doing damage control when she offered to participate in a freak off shortly before that major movie premiere. I don't want you thinking I don't want to, she wrote to Diddy at that time. But the defense has portrayed Diddy as caring and open to feedback in that moment, when clearly they said yesterday, her saying something to the likes of, I don't want you to think I don't want to, is her just trying to keep him calm so she can go to this movie premiere without any injuries and without a hiccup, right? So that is something to think about. Breakaway Tribe, thank you so much. Welcome to the family. And just like Breakaway, please consider becoming a member by hitting that join button down below. Please and thank you. Okay? But yeah, that's very interesting as well. Let's see if we got any new updates here. Still nothing. What's slowing them down? We got like 14 minutes until they wrap for the day. So I am kind of curious as to what's the holdup, bruh? What's the holdup, bruh? Here, let me see something here too. Let's check this out. We got some CNN too. So defense walks through messages that they exchanged before the attack. Some of the messages were shown to the jury by prosecutors during the direct examination. After going back and forth about potential plans with her friends, Cassie messaged, "We can have fun. I don't want you thinking I don't want to." This is what she told Diddy. And she told Diddy to set it up. So defense attorney, the defense attorney suggested Cassie proposed and encouraged the freak off. She pushed back, testifying that messages from Diddy repeatedly asking about her plans for the night was his way of proposing or posing a freak off. She said, "When you're with someone so long, you know what they mean when they text certain things." So again, she's sitting there going like, "Hey, I am trying to set this thing up, right? I'm trying like, hey, are you sure? Like, what are you doing tonight? Are you doing anything? You sure that's the only thing you're doing? Because I kind of like to. It would be awesome if we could, blah blah blah. You see what I'm saying?" So again, it is interesting, right? Yeah, Valerie. It's kind of like a you up. You know what I mean? What you doing? That kind of thing. So they suggest, let's see. He was going through withdrawal, which we already know about that as well. Let's see what they say over here. So the attack at the hotel was preceded by his repeated requests for a freak off that she expressed reservations about, the witness said. Cassie said she wanted to devote off her attention for the premiere of The Perfect Match, a romantic comedy, which included herself, Terrence Jenkins, and Paula Patton. Despite her concerns about performing a freak off during her promotional duties for the film, she agreed after he kept asking over and over again. So he would not stop, right? He would not stop. Asking over and over and over again, "Hey, why don't we get together? Why don't we do this? Hey, can we do this freak off, freak off, freak off, freak off, freak off, freak off, freak off," right? The real Tanya, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so very much. But again, clearly, she said she caved in. She gave in and said, "Okay, come on. Fine. I will do it." But then after that, and then they got done, and then it was like he wanted to do it all over again. And she said, "No, I'm not here for that. I'm done. I'm going home. F all this. I'm going to go and get ready. I'm out of here." He got mad, and then he put his paws on her. And I don't think he wanted her to go be at that premiere. That's what I truly think. I don't think he wanted her to go to this premiere. Real talk. At least that's the vibe I'm getting. At least that's the vibe I am getting right now. Yeah, they're going to be wrapping here very soon because we got 8 more minutes until it is 5 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, hopefully we're going to have some sort of update here. But it is crazy that she was, because here it is. I get it. Looking at this perspective, I could see someone being like, listen, I will do whatever I need to so I can get to this premiere. I will do whatever it takes to make this man happy so that I don't have any issues, so I can go in peace to this premiere without a hiccup. Also, we already know how volatile and how violent this guy is. She already knows that by now. By the time this happened in 2016, they had already had a long relationship of fights and him putting his paws on her whenever she ever retaliated or ever said no to his demands. So when she sees a premiere and it's the biggest deal for her in her career and it's an opportunity to schmooze, get her face out there and all that, she's like, I'm not about to ruin my face. I'm not about to go and have to hide away in a hotel room for another week and a half because he just wrecked my face because I said no to a freak off. No, 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 no. I'm just going to give him what he wants and then I'm going to bounce. She tries to do that. And then what happens? He gets mad. Well, actually, apparently, while they're in the middle of the freak off, that's when he puts his paws on her. Don't know why. They haven't really gotten into detail about why that happened, right? But then even after that, he still wanted to do another freak off. He still wanted to continue going, right? That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Here we go. So, okay, so they were talking about 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. You can get enough rest after. So she agreed, like, yes, he did say that. So then defense says he's saying it'd be shorter than a usual freak off. That's how I would understand it, she says. What did you say? Carrie is here. We can't do it at my house. So then defense you say this guy is sick. I'm going to ask you what you meant. So I don't know what's going on here. Hopefully we're going to get an explanation here very shortly. But I am kind of curious as to what they mean by that guy is sick. Oh, unless she's talking about like the guy that they would usually use, right? The guy that they would usually use is not is sick. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Like, hey, the guy that Jules or Jonathan Oddie or Dave or whatever, he's sick. Maybe that's what they're referring to, right? Let's see. Sorry, y'all. Just checking a few things. Let's see. Yeah, they're going to have to use every last second of the last 4 minutes of this trial, of today's hearing. Come on. Yeah, I'm wondering what they meant by that guy is sick. It's got to be a dude that maybe he was like, let's use Michael. And she's like, well, that guy's sick, right? Mimi, thank you so much for the love. Love you, Pascal. Love you back. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. We're just patiently waiting, y'all. Patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. Let's see. Yeah, these short like dialogue breakdowns are great, but sometimes it's like, what does he mean by this? What does he mean exactly by this? Can somebody tell me? You know what I mean? But real quick, while we wait, please, guys, hit that like button down below. We're this close to 3K. Can we get the 3K real quick? That would really mean the world to me, okay? Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. We're still waiting for like the last entry here, but hopefully we'll be hearing something here very, very soon. Of course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe, please, and thank you. Okay, subscribe up in this level because we are going to be talking about this like crazy. This is the trial of the year, trial of the decade, really. Okay, so make sure you are subscribed, hit that notification bell, make sure it is set to all so you know whenever we go live, whenever we upload, because really a lot of it is random and a lot of it is breaking news. But with this, we're going to be pretty scheduled out because of the content and what we're talking about, and of course this is all court, so we're staying on this big time. Okay, definitely staying on this and talking about it all right. Let's see, refresh this mug. Anything? Dear Lord, come on man, because they're about to adjourn for the day. They're about to be wrapped up for the day. In fact, let me see. I'm going to see if there's anything. Yeah, I mean they wrap in 1 minute, so we're going to be hearing the next text we're going to see is okay, and we're done and we're wrapped. But I'm hoping for something. Okay, here we go. So you were turning to Johnny. Oh, Jonathan Odie. So you were turning to Johnny. So you were turning to Johnny. He was a dancer or an S worker. We hired him as a dancer, but he did what an S worker does. Do you remember the beginning of this freak off at this hotel? Not really. So wait a second. Wait a second here. So you mean to tell me that Johnny was at this particular situation here? Was he at that hotel when this whole thing went down? I'm a little confused, right? Yeah, Nicole B. Everyone thought this dude was lying, but he wasn't. He clearly was not lying. He was telling the damn truth. So again, you say that guy is sick. I'm not going to ask what you meant. So then moving on, they say, so you were turning to Johnny. He was a dancer or an S worker. We hired him as a dancer, but he did what S workers do. Do you remember the beginning of the the freak off at the hotel before the infamous, now notorious video? Not really. So the substances were bad MDMA, right? I have no idea. It's 5 o'clock. Jurors may go home. And they stop right there. Do not look up anything about this case. All rise. What? So Jonathan Adi is mentioned again. It's got to be Jonathan Adi. So you got Jonathan Adi. Maybe. Because if Jonathan, why would they stop right there, man? Come on. Because that's a huge deal. You got to remember, if it is Jonathan Adi, so you were turning to Johnny. He was, you know what I mean? We already know that he was a dancer too, but most of these guys were dancers too, though. So it does make you wonder, is it Jonathan Adi? What's going on here? I'm hoping that we get some more inside information about that. But let's get to these 3 updates here. That's crazy. Okay. Defense is going deeper on the exchanges with Cassie and Diddy that led up to the freak off in that hotel with that video, noting repeatedly that Cassie seemed to be the one taking the lead in the planning. Okay. In focusing so much on the text messages of a long-term couple, the defense has left room for interpretation about the subtext of the digital communication. Was Diddy asking repeatedly what Cassie wanted to do because he genuinely wanted to hear her preferences, or was he being pushy about his actual desires? Cassie has kept her answers terse, agreeing monosyllabically to the accuracy of the text. That's what it says, yeah. But she has also implied in some asides that her interpretation differed from the defense's version. The defense received a 2-minute warning from the judge just before 5 p.m. So while questioning Cassie Ventura on this whole, the Intercontinental Hotel incident, do you recall the beginning of the freak-off session? This is what Diddy's lawyer asked. Cassie said she did not, but guessed that she had taken some X. Asked if it was a bad batch of substances. She says she had no idea, and then they adjourned for the day. And they were talking about a guy named Johnny, unless that's a typo. So then they say, thank you, Cassie. No discussions with the government. We'll see you tomorrow. Everyone else may be seated. So then how much more? Let me check. Half an hour of redirect. Half an hour of redirect. This is what prosecution said, right? Agnifilo said, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Because, prosecution wants to have an opportunity to ask some questions. So they want to redirect. There's plenty of things that they've said that it's like, wait a second, we need to clarify things really quick. That's messed up for you to sit there and say all of those things and make her look like she's the one planning all these things. These things were planned for a specific reason for Diddy. So they're going to want to have an opportunity to. They're going to want to have an opportunity to redirect, and they're going to want to have a little bit of time to be able to do that. So tomorrow, defense is going to have to nip it in the bud and hit that orchestral music and wrap it up. Get straight to the meat and potatoes. But let me close this this poll. Over 2,300 votes in here. So I'm gonna see what y'all thought here. I said, what are your thoughts on the defense cross so far, right? And 55% of y'all believe that they are falling apart. Out of 2,300 votes, 2,300 y'all think that they have been weak sauce with their cross. Maybe they're just getting warmed up. I don't know. There's something about this that's very interesting. And again, I am still kind of curious as to what they just said or what she said about or what prosecution said, I'm sorry, about Johnny. So you see, again, so you were turning to Johnny. Is Johnny a whole other person? Or are we talking about Jonathan Odie or Odie? That's one thing I'm wanting to know. Very interesting stuff, though. Very interesting stuff. Let's see. People leaving, I'm sure. Because there's a lot of people. Hold on. Let's see what I'm just trying to see if there's anything here. Yeah, this is going to be crazy. Because, at the end of the day, if Diddy is found not guilty, oh my Lord, it's going to be massive. It's going to be massive. Let's see what Fox has to say about what's going on here.
Into effect here of whether or not drugs played a part or didn't play a part, and all these freak offs, and decide whether or not it was consensual, or was this something that Sean Combs forced her to do, and then she felt like she was able to consent. So that's where it comes down to. But at the end of the day, too, they have to prove racketeering, the prosecution. So it could be immoral, it could be a weird arrangement of events, but does Sean Combs do anything illegal? And that's the burden that the prosecution is going to have to prove at the end of the day.
Also, I want to get your take on how is the jury going to continue, really? How's the prosecution going to keep the jury really focused in? Because right now it's easy to be focused in. You got the first week, it's CASSIE on the stand, and they're talking about all of these freak-offs. But as it goes on, of course, it's not going to be this charged as it was maybe this first week here. So how do they keep them, especially when they start bringing in the expert witnesses? Those can sometimes be very boring on the stand.
Yes. I mean, the first week is always the most exciting part of the trial because you have opening statements. You have an exciting witness. Usually the stronger witnesses go on the first week. Once the experts come on, it can get a little boring in days. So basically, the prosecution and defense has to almost dumb it down to make it seem like it's very understandable, because sometimes testimony from experts who are highly educated can make it seem to a different level where the jurors are just not understanding what in the world's going on here. So they're going to have to definitely, hype it up, maybe ask more questions, ask exciting questions, and focus on the fact, both sides are going to focus on the fact that the defense is going to focus on that Sean Combs didn't do anything illegal. And the prosecution, what their experts are going to say, well, this is the evidence that shows that he did something illegal, and hype it up so that way to keep the jurors awake.
And it seems right now that the judge is trying to keep both sides happy, prosecution and defense lawyers, because it seems like they're going a little bit later than usual after 5 p.m. Eastern. So it would seem that they're giving the defense more time for this cross so that they can maybe wrap up before the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to, get everything in before end of day tomorrow so that, CASSIE is about to have a child. So I think that they're like, okay, we're only going to have her for this week and that's it. They're not going to bring her back or anything of that sort. She's trying to get ready to give birth to her third child. So she's busy on that. I think that, again, I think this is very interesting. I feel like the defense, it's been sprinkled what they've been talking about. I think that it's been very, very all over the place. But I feel like with prosecution, when they did their direct, it felt all over the place as well. So again, I'm hoping that, tomorrow they come in with the heat, come in with the hard questions, and that the redirect is the same, right? They get a chance to ask some hard hitting questions so that we can hear both sides of the argument here. Honestly, y'all, like it feels like, the way that Diddy's team is painting it out to be, it literally is like, yeah, he may have been a monster, he may have been an a-hole, but it was because of the substances, and he was in a toxic relationship. Well, he was in a toxic many relationships with many women all at the same time. And he was also applying himself with substances for a long time, even when he was without Cassie. So again, there's pieces of this that I'm like, all right, are you going to talk about the actual thing that you're on trial for, which is the racketeering, the STing, etc.? Let's get to that. Let's talk about these S workers. Let's talk about who is the one who actually set those things up. Sure, you can take text messages out of context or in context and make it come off like a certain way. But something about this just makes me feel like, okay, we're still not getting to the place of what we need to talk about, which is the moving of these people, the setting up and breaking down of these particular freak offs, and that's it. So yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen, right? I'm very, very interested to see how this turns out for sure. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. And that's interesting. Dawn Richard is up tomorrow. If she's up tomorrow, we are all going to be very interested in that for sure, right? We're going to be very interested in that. But I don't know. I think that they're going to be taking up the whole thing tomorrow. I think Cassie is going to be on the stand all day tomorrow for one last time, and then that's it, right? And then she's gone. But then there's going to be other witnesses coming through. Dawn is coming up for sure. When is she coming up? It could be tomorrow, near the end of the day tomorrow, or it could very well be next week. So we'll see what happens though, right? Dawn Richard is the next witness. This case is weak. Thank you so much, Wayne, for the super chat. I don't see it as weak, not yet, at least. I need to see the rest of this week, right? I want to see the rest of this week and see how it all comes down, right? Louisa, thank you so much for being a member. I appreciate it. Thank you for doing this, Pascal. Hit the like. Yes. Don't forget to hit that like. I know we got past 3K, which is fantastic. Thank you so very much, everybody, for hitting that like button. That really does mean a lot. But again, I don't think we're done with the scathing star witnesses yet. Yes, we have Cassie. That's the biggest one. But we do have that Jane Doe. We also have Dawn coming through. But that's the thing. I'm wondering where the list of witnesses and like who's on the docket next. That's why I want to know. Where can you find that? Where can you find that update? So I could be like, oh, okay, today it's going to be victim Jane Doe number 2. And then the next day is going to be one of his ex-bodyguards or whatever. You know what I mean? That's what I'm kind of curious about. How do you find out who's going to be on the docket? Who's on the list? And when are they coming up next? Because I'm sure everybody's very curious about that as well. But like I said, I kind of hope that they kind of get straight to the point tomorrow and get more of those hard-hitting questions on and popping, in my personal opinion. Let me see here something. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, well, they already put it in the news. So Dawn Richard is most definitely going to be the next witness. Prosecution indicates that one of the next witnesses will be Dawn Richard. All right. So we already know about her. We already know what she's been a part of, making the band and all that. She filed a lawsuit against Sean Combs, accusing him of threatening her, putting his hands on her in sexual ways, and flying into frenzied, unpredictable rages. She also said in the suit that she witnessed Combs physically attack Cassie. It's unclear if she'll take the witness stand tomorrow or if the testimony or if Cassie's testimony will be through the rest of this week. So I have a feel. I feel in my gut, first thing Monday, it will be Dawn Richard. I think that they're going to be doing Cassie for the rest of the day tomorrow, and then they're going to wrap, and then Monday they'll start fresh and new, and then they'll be on and popping with Dawn Richard. But still, that's a big deal. The fact that it's a lot of star witnesses, literally stars in their own right, and they're also witnesses coming in and talking about this. This is going to be crazy, guys. Okay, but we're here for it, and we're here to have that conversation, and we'll see how it all transpires tomorrow. Anyway, guys, that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, appreciate it. Now, here's the thing. Do me a favor before you head out. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you are following me on those platforms. Be sure to hit that subscribe button. Hold on. Let me see this. The Knowledge. Thank you so much for being a member. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to have to look that up. Witness, okay. IDF, okay. I don't know about that, but I'm going to have to look that up. Okay. But thank you so much. I appreciate the love. I'll take a look at that in a little bit. Hit that subscribe button, please, and thank you. Hit that subscribe button, okay? Hit that notification bell so that you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload. Also, go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Hit that notification bell as well. Set it to all. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. Go check it out. All right, guys? But anyway, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. We'll be talking very soon. Have a great rest of your day. Stay positive out there. And, yeah, the saga shall continue tomorrow. So be tuned in. We'll be here live. Talk to you guys soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.